yo yo
夢で乾燥し
One, two, three, get sucked in my sheets
これは現実それが dream 混ざる密度のこんなグリーン
つながる仕組みはヘンとヘン人との関係はエンとエン
原点とゴン結ぶ点と点あとはセンスで決まる
運命の運命
Just like a nightmare 指折り数えてもきれいな羊 Wolfing a teddy bear 抗えない夢を見せて
All right, welcome everyone to Ace Attorney Miles Edgeworth Investigation. Sorry we started a little bit late. I was making myself some tea so that my voice doesn't die while doing all these voices. And the water took longer to boil than I was expecting. I don't know why, but that's just what happened. But yeah, we're I mean, not much to say yet. Obviously, Ace Attorney is. I'm gonna need to just quickly go over my. I almost said court record. My organizer, in order to see. In order to try to refresh my memory on the case. Turn off the music and let's hop right into it. All right, let's go. Yep. Oh, welcome, Keys. How's it going? Nice to see you here. Turnabout Airlines middle. Oh. So I'm guessing, yeah, we can just go from chapter start. So then I'm guessing there's 3 parts, beginning, middle, and end, maybe? Okay. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. Okay, I'm gonna wait until I got my logic back, and then we'll do a bit of a review of the case. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mealy, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? And why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Alright. Looks like we're not actually gonna... we'll look at our log... Nah, we'll wait. Because if I can't see my logic panel, I won't be able to get a full assessment of the situation. Let me guess. Franziska von Karma? That's the only person I know that calls Edgeworth by his full name, right? Yep, there she is! Best girl! Or one of them, at least. Hey, Firewall, how's it going? Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, what do you mean it's time to cook? Last time I cooked, I almost burnt down my apartment, sir, pal. And if I do that again, I don't have the money. I don't have the money to pay for insurance. I can't cook, sir. How can you not cook, detective? You literally just follow the simple instructions as they are written. It is the easiest skill known to man. Hey, I'm just gonna get some burgers and Mr. Wright will pay for them. Mr. Wright will pay for them. Alright, now that does sound like a good idea, detective. Very well. If these burgers are as good as you say, I shall increase your pay. I've been doing good. How's it going? Oh, that is hot. Oh, that is hot. Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I am placing you under arrest. What? Hold on. Let me... I just joined a random Discord server and everyone's respecting me? I mean... who would not respect keys? Keys are very important. Hold on, let's do something here. Okay, that... I need a, it's been a while since we've seen, It's been a while since we've seen Franziska von Karma, so I need to remember what my voice for her was. Give me a second while I pull up an old video. She was Justice for All, right? just pause the game for a second. We figure this out. They killed Miyaki, it seems? That's what I said! Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only person who thinks that man looks identical to Byakuya. Okay, this should do it. Hold on. He saw Max's bow! I asked who the other person Mo saw. I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't do anything special for her voice. I just needed to check. Okay, then I'm just doing a pretty normal voice. Okay. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. What a disciple of House Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Franziska, are you fucking retarded? I've been arrested for murder before. Your own father tried to prosecute me, and it's the only case he ever failed. Are you insane? Byakuya Quantum leapt through franchises? Wait, it's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? That'd be a very foolish thing to do. Ah! God, that is hot! I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put you under your arrest on hold until then. Well, that's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is what I strive for. Well, I have my own creed, which I must fulfill. So why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene waits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Aye, yes, sir! There he is. Too slow. Ah! Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir, I understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Okay, we're going up against Franziska on this one. I wonder if we'll, I wonder if, because, like, in all the other games, right? In the background, that's totally Salmonella. Yes, it is! I forgot what his name was, but I pointed it out at the end of last episode that was definitely, you know, that one guy, but I forgot what his name was. Yes, Sal! My boy. Yeah, so I wonder, because in all the other Ace Attorney games, right? During the first case, we typically go up against some, like, Winston Payne. Then, during the second case, we meet our new sort of, like, rival prosecutor that then becomes the villain for the rest of the game, essentially. Although, interestingly, Franziska didn't even get to prosecute the final case of her game, which was weird, but whatever, because she fucking got shot. But yeah, I wonder if this game will have similar formula, because now it seems like Franziska is going to be our sort of our opponent during this case, so I wonder if she'll remain our opponent for the rest of the game, or if we'll have a different person we'll be going up against in each case, you know? Hey, good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you okay. And when I heard there was a murder on that there airplane that you were riding on, well, I feared the worst. I thought you were I thought you were as good as a goner, sir. Thank you, detective. Hey, I believe in you, sir. Hey, you can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit dubious as to what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. Alright. Don't counter that, this game throws the entire Ace Attorney formula on its head. I mean, good. That's, I think, what a spin-off should do. I still don't have my logic. I should try to get some information out of this gumshoe first. Okay, for some reason... Okay. Why is the map so far to the right? Oh, because I'm gonna have Gumshoe here, but I don't have him yet. Okay. Well, I guess... Maybe... Do I not have any logic left over? Is that all gone? I guess maybe... Alright, whatever. Let's just go through the core record. Organizer. Prosecutor's badge. One of my possessions. That doesn't tell me anything. Mr. Hicks's travel wallet. Picked on the floor in front of the elevator. There's about a passport inside. Okay. Yeah, just open that up. Just a passport is all that's in here. This passport is all that's in here. Okay. So... Right. Either something was taken from his wallet, or the passport was all that is had. Yeah, so we picked up this passport, and that's why they thought we were the killer, because they saw us holding something bloody, which they thought was the murder weapon. For better, in my opinion, makes the game more of a game. You know, all the complaints people have for visual novels in general, and how they're more ebooks than games. Yeah, I mean, I've never liked that fucking... I don't, like... I understand that why people think that, but I also don't think that's a complaint. Like, I love, like, I enjoy reading books, right? That's one of the reasons why I like visual novels, right? They're ebooks, but with visuals to accompany them and some, you know, gameplay elements as well. Crime scene notes. Body found at 6:15 a.m. inside the elevator on the first floor. It's hit on the back of the head. Okay. And there was some confusion regarding the time space, right? So, Byakuya Tagami... Yeah, hit in the back of the head. Right, but he wasn't killed here, I don't believe, right? Sky Magazine... Yeah, the murder, I think, took place... I want to say the murder took place around this time block, I want to say, right? This 6:15. I fly piggy bank. Right, this is likely, yeah, the murder weapon. Those used to hit him in the head, or supposedly the murder weapon. It's still possible that it's not. The hat fell off, right? The hat on its head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. Yeah, so this guy was in the shop, and then, right, the window in the shop was broken on the outside, which means we know for a fact no one broke into the window to grab him, which means either during turbulence, he fell out of the window on his own, and then someone just picked it up and decided to commit the murder with it. Although that would imply that the murder takes place either during or after the turbulence, which leaves very little time for it to actually take place. Or alternatively, it was taken out by someone who had access to the display case, Miss Tenero being the prime suspect in that case. Grape juice footprints. Good old grape juice. Filtering turbulence, look at the footprints, something being dragged. Right, and I only noticed this afterwards, but this is these are definitely wheels from the luggage, right? So after the turbulence, right? So during the turbulence, this falls to the ground. Someone uses this suitcase to carry the victim's body into the elevator, right? From there, right, they dump the body in the elevator, and then they go to return the suitcase to its rightful place at the shop. But along the way, they walk through the grape juice, leaving the footprints, and also roll the suitcase through the grape juice, leaving the track prints, and then they put it back. Which I think further goes against the idea that it's possible for this to have fallen out during the turbulence. Because... Right, think about it, right? If, let's assume that this falls out of the case during the turbulence, right? And this is the murder weapon. That's true, but some people generally prefer gameplay over story, which is fine, but in the same vein, other people would good story and gameplay, which is also valid. I mean, if they prefer gameplay over story, that's perfectly fine. But then, why are you playing a visual novel? It's in the fucking name, right? It's like I go to play fucking, like... I don't know, fucking, like what? Is the opposite that I go to play fucking, like, Donkey Kong, the fucking arcade game, and then I get mad that it doesn't have, like... Yeah, where's my super rich story? Where's the voice acting and the motion capture? This game doesn't really make me care for the characters, right? Like, it's stupid. You go into a game generally knowing what its appeal is, right? Like, if you go into Ace Attorney expected to be like fucking running around rooms fucking shooting people, that's on you. You can't fucking fault the game for that. Like, it's stupid. All game genres have a place in my opinion. Yeah, even genres that I don't personally like racing and sports games. I'm not a fan of them, but I think they're perfectly fine. Some people try out of curiosity to say if they like them or not. Yeah, and that's fine. But there's a difference between saying, no, you know what, it wasn't for me. That's not the kind of game that I like, right? Like, there's a difference between that and then skipping to fucking, it's a bad game, there's too much reading. Like, I'm sorry, at that point, you're just fucking retarded. Like, just because a game isn't to your preference doesn't mean it's a bad game. Like, hold on, let me just pull up my fucking Steam list right now. What's a game that I didn't really enjoy that much? Subnautica. I didn't really enjoy Subnautica. It's just not really the kind of game for me. I'm not gonna say it's a bad fucking game, though. It's ridiculous. But yeah, what was I saying? So, okay. If we're going off of the current theory, which is this fell out of the display case during the turbulence, and that's when it was used as the murder weapon. It doesn't work because, right? Think about it, right? So, the order of events in that case is this. The piggy bank falls out of the display case, someone picks it up, walks somewhere else, kills Byakuya Togami, stuffs him in a suitcase, then drags the suitcase into the elevator, right? Waits for the elevator to arrive, drags the suitcase into the elevator, dumps the body into the elevator, then walks out, returns the suitcase back to the shop, and then leaves the first floor before I wake up. And I woke up pretty much right after the turbulence ended. Which means the entire, that entire string of events would need to take place during the time in which the turbulence was taking place. And I don't think the turbulence was going on for that long. That doesn't seem like... This time I went to 360p? Let me just check. That's not a... Hold on. Advance. It looks fine on my end. I think it's just your connection, guys. Let me see. It really is fitting now that I'm playing as Edgeworth. Now I'm drinking tea because back during Trials and Tribulations, I was drinking tea to spite Goddo. Now I can roleplay as Miles Edgeworth by drinking tea. I don't know what kind of tea he drinks. I might need to get some. Firewall, would you happen to know what kind of tea Edgeworth drinks? Because I might need to buy some. Because right now I'm just drinking extra, like, strong English breakfast. But yeah, that seems like way too much things to happen during just the span of a short spur of turbulence, right? Especially since, yeah, that just doesn't seem likely. I think it's much more likely that the actual murder itself happened before the turbulence. Obviously, them rolling the suitcase into the elevator and dumping the body and then leaving, that must have happened during the turbulence because it was when I was blacked out. But the murder can't have happened during the turbulence. I don't think there was enough time. Then again, we don't know how long the turbulence was for, but I feel like someone would have commented by now if there's like a 30-minute fucking like turbulence strong enough to like that I felt it was an earthquake. Like that seems abnormal, you know? Which then again makes me think that either the piggy bank was stolen before the turbulence begins, which means it must have been Tenero who did it, or the piggy bank is not the murder weapon. And during the turbulence, after returning the suitcase to the shop, the killer sees the piggy bank laying on the floor, and they decide to throw it into the elevator to make it look like the murder weapon, as a way to maybe frame Tenero? That's the only thing I could think of. I don't know, green tea? Maybe I'll look it up. Footprints. Something being dragged. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's keep going. Footprints are Hicks. Found in the victim's pocket. A souvenir, perhaps. Yeah, okay. So Hicks was a, yeah, he worked with, like, history and stuff, and he had this fucking, like, cell phone, like, tablet thingy on his fucking, on, you know, hanging on the lanyard. And that's not present in the body, which makes me think whatever the killer was after, it was that. Because that's the only thing that was taken, right? All the money and documents are left inside, which since the only thing that was taken was that fucking like personal computer, it must be the motive. So if we could find who has it, that would be great. I want to leave it. A couple of streams ago I mentioned Oh Cook, and you didn't know what that was. Oh Cook is a cooking show with James May as the host. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, because it's a pun on Oh Cock. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I haven't really engaged with much of the what the Top Gear cast has done outside of Top Gear. The only thing I've watched is Our Man in Japan. That's it. I have not watched Clarkson's Farm. I've not watched all the things Hammond has done. Like, pretty sure Hammond was like the commentator on fucking Wipeout UK at one point, right? Missing cell phone. Victim purposely had one, but it had gone missing. Did the killer take it? Likely. We're feeling a Zheng Fa. We had a brief stop. 4 a.m. Republic of Zheng Fa. We asked one passenger remained on board at the time. Thank you for your cooperation. But this is Borginia time, not Zheng Fa. So. Right, and during the stop, if I remember correctly, Cammy answered a call from Byakuya, which means two things. Either Byakuya was still alive when the plane left Zheng Fa, or Cammy is lying. Those are the only two possibilities. I currently don't have any reason to suspect Cammy of lying, which means that the murder must have taken place after 5 a.m. I discover the body at 6:15. So that's an hour and 15 minutes where that could have taken place. And I definitely don't think there's fucking an hour and 15 minutes of turbulence, because that's ridiculous. They even made a cameo on Phineas and Ferb. Yes, I have seen that. Haven't used to host a show on Discovery named Science of Stupid, which, unironically enough, was commentating over YouTube clips about people crashing among others. Oh, the irony. Miss Mealy says Sony, yeah, Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. So either she's lying, or Hicks was killed after 5. Then the suitcase, which was used to transport the body, again, implying that the murder certainly took place somewhere other than the elevator. The suitcases don't seem to be secured by anything, so really anyone could have taken the suitcase. But what's specifically interesting to me here is the, yeah, let's see if you can see that. Why would there be blood inside a suitcase like this? This cloth is most likely in here with the body. Just what was this suitcase used for? Yeah, so clearly someone stashed the body in the suitcase to try to hide it. As for the bloody cloth, this is obviously the same pattern of clothing that that one guy, I forget his name, had, right? Not to be this much blood on a piece of cloth. What the victim rapped on it at some point. There's something very familiar about this fabric pattern. So, what this leads me to believe is either a couple of things. So either, right, because the cloth would seem to indicate to me that someone wrapped the body in the cloth before putting it in the suitcase. But I don't understand what the purpose of that was. I mean, it certainly wasn't to keep the suitcase clean of blood, right? Because like, I guess I could understand, like, you wrap the body in the cloth so that the suitcase doesn't get stained with blood, and then you throw away the cloth so that way people don't know that you used a suitcase to transfer blood. But not only did the killer leave the cloth inside the suitcase, blood got on the suitcase anyways. Which means, the killer wasn't trying to, like, hide the fact that he used the suitcase very extensively. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't want people to know that he used the suitcase, but he didn't really take any measures to actually conceal that fact. So, I don't see what wrapping the body would actually do, you know? Jeremy has voice characters in the British version of Cars. Clarkson is surprisingly good at voice acting. I mean, I believe that. I mean, at his core, he is an actor, right? A lot of the things in Top Gear and the Grand Tour are scripted, you know? But he's always sold them really well. And I guess we'll go through the profiles as well real quick. So the victim, seated in first class, Borginian, museum like supervisor or something like that. Rhoda Tenero, right, so she was in charge of the shop, which means if someone was able to steal that, you know, that piggy bank without breaking the glass, it would have been her, unless someone stole her key. So we definitely... There's also the fact that she's the one who spotted us first and tried to pin the crime on us, but then later on was willing to help us, hold on, give me a second. Let me get rid of this, this tea bag, because it's, the tea is steeped enough by now. Yeah, the thing I don't understand is if she was the murderer, it would have been so much easier for her to just pin the crime on me, right? Lock down the, you know, lock me down to my seat so I can't interfere. And then since she had full access to the shop, being the manager of it, she could have then just gone there and basically rearrange the crime scene however she wanted. She had, like, that would have been the best outcome for her. So I don't understand why she would instead agree to let us go free once she realizes that we clearly weren't the killer and that her logic was flawed. And then, not only that, but allows us to investigate the crime scene against the captain's wishes, you know? Like, I fail to see how, as the killer, she would in any way benefit from that, right? So while the evidence certainly points towards her, her actions I don't think make that really a good deduction. Then Zinc LeBlanc, yeah, obviously same sort of pattern of clothing that we see inside the suitcase. You know, wealthy art dealer, time obsessed, right? And then chamomile, flight air Flexington, charges taking care of first class, and also very creepy but very hot. Then Franziska, a mentor, Frankfurt von Karma, prosecutor. At age 13, lives in Germany. Right, nothing there. And then, you know, Dick. Alright, well, let's see what's going on here. Obviously, talking to Gumshoe is progress, so let's talk to these people first. Lunchland. Hey! Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Yeah, do we get to see, what's her name? She's a, is it Star? Angel Star, yes. Do we get to see Angel?
I should go with. I recommend our airport special. World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up that look like different countries' flags.
Oh, that's cute.
I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market.
So this guy, I don't know why, but I really, like, this guy just looks like Adachi to me, you know? I don't know why, I think it's the hair. And, like, his slunched over posture. And no, that's not Angel Star. Her boobs are not big enough. And they're not showing at all.
This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken with the whole affair.
I did it! I made it the whole flight! I'm not scared of turbulence anymore!
He must have been pretty scared. He was repeating the same things over and over to himself.
Sal, my man!
Looking from behind, I've seen this man somewhere before.
In Soviet Russia?
No, hold on. We gotta do him justice. What case was he in? I need to look up his voice. We gotta do Salmonella justice. Was he in, was it Turnabout Samurai? Hold on. Case 3? Yep, okay. Oh god, this is back before we did live streams. Oh god, the quality here is gonna be terrible, isn't it? God. Oh god, I just remembered looking through the fucking Ace Attorney 1 playlist. I remember, it's a 30-minute, there are 30 videos in the it took me 30 videos to go through Ace Attorney 1. And literally, yeah, what is that? 13 of them, nearly half, are entirely Rise from the Ashes. God, I love how long that case was. Samurai. Yeah, let's try this one. We're gonna find this. We're gonna find this. I feel like this kind of shit is the reason why we never get anywhere with this fucking game. We are 40 minutes into the episode and I still have not started investigating anything. Oh god. There he is. There's the guy. He found your script.
What? Thanks. Still, I don't know. That woman is too...
Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I got it. In Soviet Russia, world flags, lunchboxes eat Jew! Oh no. He's doing early 2010s internet jokes.
Found it, lol! Oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I can't read this. It's too cringe. Dies of cringe.
For my next lead movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of the Old Tokyo.
How are you worse than Miss Toriumi? How the fuck are you worse than Toriumi?
Versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna be roxers, so many boxers.
I'm having an aneurysm. I'm having an aneurysm here. Have you ever wondered why the case contains turnabout in them? That's because it's turned Japanese is Gyakuten Saiban, translates something turnabout. Yes, I heard. Yes, I do know that. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Alright, Gumshoe, clear your schedule. We're gonna go see that in 70mm IMAX. This shit's gonna be bussin', better than Oppenheimer. I love that last line. The implication that Edgeworth is just a massive fucking Steel Samurai fan is always gonna be the fucking funniest thing in this game for me. Is that true? Proper 2010s internet humor? Unless he says,
I'm a fire and my laser.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow, I'd love to take a run down the runway.
Now, the youth of today. So much potential, yet misguided.
actually, now that I'm thinking about it, right? The DL6 incident took place in 2000, at the very end of 2001, because it literally took place on my birthday. Ace Attorney 1 took place 15 years after that, in 2016. And then this game is supposedly after Trials and Tribulations, or around, it's sometime around the time of the main trilogy. It takes place a few years after that. So this is what, 2017, 2018, thereabouts? So I love, so either Sal is canonically 7 years behind on internet speak, or in the Ace Attorney universe, this is what modern internet language sounds like. Because, I mean, it is worth noting, right, that, like, he didn't speak like this in you know, when we first meet him in Ace Attorney. He's still, like, a cringy, like, as shit, right? But this terminology was new. This was new, I'm pretty sure. Which implies to me that this is a recent development in the Ace Attorney world. Even Phoenix knew what based means. Gameplay 2017, 2018. Yeah, okay.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow, I'd love to take a run down the runway.
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided.
Alright, Gumshoe, you're up. Sorry, I have to speak to my old buddy Sal about, you know, the wonderful...
Salmonella! It couldn't be! The director of the greatest show to ever grace television? The Steel Samurai, please, I must have your autograph!
Aren't you that guy that helped get that bum-ass fucking defense attorney get my boss arrested? Ain't no way I'm giving you my autograph.
God damn it. Alright, Detective Gumshoe. You will order that man to give you an autograph made out to 1 Miles Edgeworth. Otherwise, your salary will be deeper than the copper steel magistrate's underwear after his fight with the Pink Princess in near old Tokyo. Do you understand, man?
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll get right on it. But, can I get an autograph for myself? I mean, Maggie really is into the show.
Gumshoe, you can do whatever you want, but as long as I get my autograph, that is the #1 priority. Do you hear? Do you hear, you piece of shit? I must have that fucking autograph! I still can't believe Phoenix got invited by that asshole Will Powers to that awards show, and I didn't even get a fucking invitation. It's preposterous.
I do wonder if in the Japanese version they mentioned the "it's over 9,000" line, or if that's just how they just localize it. There is a very good chance that a lot of this is changed in localization, because I know the Ace Attorney team takes a lot of liberty with localization, I think in a good way. Alright, what do we got?
So, how's the initial investigation going? With Francisco on the helm, I can't imagine you've been making much progress.
And we just shipped the body off the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir.
Sure, that's holding a gun.
Detective, your gun, please.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, what do you need it for?
Alright, Mr. Detective, you're going to get me that autograph. Sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case.
I'd say she was a little too quick, sir.
No, how so?
Yeah. I rushed over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Cum was already here barking out orders to everyone. It's kind of creepy, although she knew there's been a murder or something. And come in advance to wait your flight's arrival.
That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this.
I mean, I imagine as they were landing, the pilot did probably, like, contact the airport and tell them, hey, there's been a murder. Get the police over so that they get the police over here so they can, you know, keep all the passengers in check, you know? But yeah, that is interesting. Maybe she was just here to greet me after not seeing me for so long, you know?
And Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. And something about chasing down leads to a certain incident.
No details.
It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Yeah.
And this also confirms that this game definitely doesn't take place in the time between games 1 and 2. Because during that time, or, you know, before Edgeworth arrives in game 2, because then Francisca should be in America. And she should be prosecuting, Turnabout Big Top right now, so yeah. So this game definitely takes place after Trials and Tribulations, I'm guessing.
We're not having this argument again, Detective. This is my squad, my rules. Now strip and tattoo the Steel Samurai logo on your balls.
Hey, yes, sir. Anything you say, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, it's about all the info I have, sir. Well, we should find out more if we investigate.
Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
See, what I will say about Franziska is that she does do her due diligence, right? She is, in fact, investigating. Which is, it's more than I can say for a certain coffee-drinking, prosecutor. Anything else to say? Ah, that's good. No, but let's see what you think about some of my evidence. I've got a lot of it. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think something just fell out of your pocket.
What are you?
Hey, so, is something fall out or not? It didn't, huh? Yeah, good look, sir.
That doesn't concern you, so don't worry about it. My prosecutor's badge of all things. Gumshoe must never know that I dropped it. Dr. Gumshoe, this is...
Oh, is it for me? You shouldn't have, sir. Yeah, but I gotta take anything you want to give me, like a salary raise, maybe?
Hands off, Detective. This item is related to the case, and so is your salary. Specifically, it's related to how well I do.
Oh, what about it? Yeah, what you want to talk to me about?
I forget I asked, Detective.
iFly is somehow even dumber than Twitter X. God, Twitter X. No, I can't give you the dead body, Detective. What do you want to do? Hey, I was planning to make some jerky, sir.
I'm sorry, what the fuck did you say?
Hey, what is this? It's raccoon-looking thing.
That's not a raccoon, it's the mascot of iFly Airlines. His name is Mr. iFly, and apparently he's supposed to be a monkey.
Oh, hey, I'm feeling some inspiration coming on. Hey, I'm gonna make a piggy bank out of the police mascot, a blue badger. And then whenever there's any loose change lying around the precinct, it can go in there.
Sure, sounds great. As long as it isn't any of my money.
Blue badger mentioned, let's go. So there seems to be a trend in fucking Ace Attorney about fucking people not being able to make monkeys that look like monkeys, apparently. Because the hideous creature at the Steel Samurai studio certainly does not look like a monkey. Spilt during the turbulence, looks like footprints, and something's been dragged. Nope. Photo. I mean, you have no context for this photo, so I doubt you'll have anything to say. Like, you struggle to provide relevant information to things that you should know about. I'm giving up on giving you things that, like, require any kind of, like, lateral thinking. No. You know what, I respect the hell out of Elon Musk for taking every possible step in order to kill Twitter. I very much respect his effort to single-handedly, his crusade, more like it, to single-handedly debunk the myth that billionaires are billionaires thanks to merit. He is
He's truly done more to debunk that myth than anyone, and he deserves credit for that.
Hey, so this design is so postmodern, sir.
Postmodern, you say?
Yeah, especially this alien shaped handle here. You can really feel a connection. When did our Gumshoe art critic?
A connection, right. Detective, please stop with your horrible impression of an art critic.
Yeah, but I'm only telling you my honest feelings, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, this is...
Oh, wait, is it for me? Hey, how you shall
Oh, why is it so fucking hot in here? I guess the tea didn't help. Alright, well, let's head in.
Was Francisca always this short?
March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Flight IO39, second floor, first class.
So, you must be the captain.
Yes, I am. And who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francisca von Karma, and I have a few questions for you.
Fuck, what was Mealy's voice again? I don't remember. Hold on. I didn't remember what her voice was.
It's 5'5"? That's not that short.
That definitely looks shorter than 5'5".
What is Edgeworth then?
Okay, this is gonna be very similar to the Francisca voice. Sadly.
Ah, don't you dare, Captain! Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What? What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't have money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person.
Hey, you sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he knows anything of use. Anyways, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip.
Gumshoe is 6 foot on the dot? Nah, this is insane to me. He can't be that. No! There is no way Gumshoe is 6 feet. He's gotta be 6'5" at least. Oh!
What is going on here? March 12th, 1:40 p.m. Flight IV.
See here. Sorry. I'm so sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal. I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't even have 1 second to wait. Waste time to spend.
Oh boy, here we go. God, there's so... Okay. Looks like we can't actually get to the crime scene right now.
It looks like we can't go beyond here, sir.
Unless the body has been sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy.
Let's go. Updated autopsy report. Edgeworth is 5'8".
Damn, me and Edgeworth are the same fucking height. Incredible.
Hey, old man, there's a real pretty lady in that plane over there. Hey, she's looking over you. Hey, quick, sir. Hey, wave at her. Wave at her with me.
I refuse to be your wingman on this. What is going on? There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. And this month,
It's my special. Oh, look, it's like an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got one. Hey, let's start with I. It means boldly, rude, and disrespectful.
the answer is most definitely insolent.
Time's up. Sorry, sir, but the only correct answer is insolvent.
Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English ability is on the same level as him.
Oh, no.
This truly is just the best fucking buddy cop comedy. Just Edgeworth and Gumshoe. They make such a good pair.
Hey, old man, he's a real pretty. Okay, so.
This is incredible. Piano.
Hey, I've got piano on this plane. Hey, you think I can try it out, sir? Hey, I think you know better than.
I think you know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. Besides, I didn't know you knew how to play.
Hey, of course I do. Hey, I'm practically proficient.
Interesting. The things you learn about people on a daily basis.
I can get dough and ready to come out just right, sir.
2 notes is not a proficient pianist make, detective. You can play a song with 2 notes. You can play a song with 1 note, technically. Did you finish taking a statement yet?
Yeah, well done, sir. Hey, I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back.
We're not talking to you yet.
Sir, you can't go in there.
I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through.
I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter this with Miss Von Karma's express permission.
But I'm on the case.
Yes, I understand that, but I also have an instructed instruction not to let you go through for Miss Von Karma.
Why would you do this to me, Franziska? Alright, that's enough. We're gonna go have a chat with the good Miss Prosecutor. Frau Karma, what do you have to say for yourself? Franziska, I'd like to ask you about the investigation.
Miles Edgeworth, can't you see that I'm in the middle of taking a statement? This man is only captain in title. I'm gonna teach him to do his job properly.
Okay. From now on, I'll keep my focus and take my responsibility seriously.
He's really trembling there.
If it makes him take his job seriously, it's not such a bad thing, is it?
Hey, why are you looking at me like that, sir?
Really? You piece of shit. If I may have a word with you, Miss Mealy.
No, you may not have a word with me. I don't want to talk to any other man except for the captain right now.
Me too, Cammy. I will never talk to another woman.
This definitely looks like a job for Franziska. This is why Franziska is best girl. Have you ever seen Rush Hour movies? The ones with Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker? Imagine that with Edgeworth and Gumshoe. Rush Hour. No, I don't think I have.
What did I ever do to deserve this? More than this job, all I truly love is my sweet Cammy.
Might I suggest you not say that at this moment in front of Franziska? I'm not doing this. I'm going home. Oh, and does Edgeworth have any special dialogue if we talk to these people? I mean, Gumshoe. Not bad.
Oh, I always wanted to give their steak lunch a try.
Oh, Gumshoe's fucking face! It's like, hold up. I need one of those. If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one?
Hey, is that okay, sir? Hey, I think it's alright. Hey, I'm really gonna get one. Hey, here I go. Hey, excuse me, miss. Hey, I'll take a Star Spangled Banner lunchbox, please.
I hope he's aware that's the most expensive one on the menu. Good, shake it over though.
Hey, I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir.
This life vest is proof that I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane?
Hey, it's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta give him some water. Huh, yeah, good thing there's a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth is just thinking of...
Yeah, completely ignore me as usual.
Yeah. You are not... Alright, Mr. Gumshoe, let's make this clear. You are nothing compared to the Steel Samurai, okay? I would let you die if it meant I could watch an episode of Steel Samurai 1 week early, okay? Let's make that very clear.
And I want to ride a plane some days and go overseas.
Have you never been to another country before, Detective?
And no, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. And I've been saving up for the eventual someday, a penny a day to be precise.
At that rate, we won't be making any trips until well after retirement.
I'm excited to see this many planes too. And just look at the size of those things.
Yeah, I like planes too, mister. Balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh?
It seems this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect.
Oh man, I've got a thing for the shape of the wings too.
Yeah, mister, you can stand next to me. So, about the plane's wing.
Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation.
Hey, but sir, you Steel Samurai is not real. Sir, please put down the gun. Oh no. But sir, if you kill me, you'll go to jail.
No, I won't. You already know who my defense attorney is. I've got him on retainer just for this kind of thing.
But Mr. Wright has never defended a guilty client. I mean, the only one he's done, he purposely tried to get them convicted, though.
Yes, but he'll let me off after I suck his dick, Detective. There's nothing you can do.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, what is this super expensive looking feast of Jurassic proportions?
Well, it's just the food they serve in first class.
Well, I'm so jealous, sir. I want to ride in first class sometime.
Alright, when pigs fly and I own my own private jet. Oh no. Oh, that's a weird line. That is weird, dude. Why is there just a line there?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, this urn's got a seatbelt strapped tightly around it.
I don't get it, Gumshoe. I can rewatch Steel Samurai over and over again in prison. Me and Kristoff can talk about the latest episodes together. That must be of great value to Mr. LeBlanc, then.
Yeah, I guess if you don't want to churn your urn, then it's always best to buckle up.
Obviously, but does that have anything to do with the case, Detective?
And nobody gets my jokes. Yeah, Mr. Wright gets my jokes. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, this,
Oh, same thing. Oh, no, I don't want to talk to you. You have nothing. Oh, I guess you do have something to add. Anything of interest, Detective?
Well, I can say that I don't quite know everything about the situation. So I was just telling myself that I should go back and ask someone about the stuff I don't know. I mean, just because I don't know, it doesn't mean someone else might not know it, right?
That must be my imagination, but for a second I think I actually understood his logic.
It's because we're bonding, sir. We're becoming psychically linked, if you will.
This is the victim's seat.
His dick is just lying there, and it's spilled leftover coffee still there too.
I don't suppose anyone ever expects to die.
A good number of people do.
They're called suicide victims. This is my seat.
Well, you read law books even when you're flying, sir?
Are you expecting anything less? Now come along, we must hurry to the crime scene.
Hey, hold on a second. There's a different book stuck in there. The Steel Samurai Adventures!
Detective Gumshoe, am I going to have to charge you with invasion of privacy?
There's no way! He's got the novel!
The man in this seat was the one we just saw in the airport lobby hyperventilating. If he's so scared to fly, then why take an airplane to begin with?
Yeah, if he's that scared, he should have caught a ferry or a cruise ship or something. And by the way, were you okay with all the turbulence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ah, yes, this was nothing I couldn't handle.
It's your figure, right? As if you get on a plane if you were scared of them.
Indeed.
Salary cutting noises.
He's got the collector's edition of the fucking manga.
Hey, what is this?
What is it, detective? Did you find an important piece of evidence?
A giant parfait on top of bread and steak. It made me jealous, sir. It's a feast.
Maybe I should just let him have the giant parfait so that we can move on.
This guy was having a fun flight.
The man in this suit is constantly drinking something.
And you know, right before payday, I have nothing but drink the soup from my instant noodles.
That much sodium can't be healthy. You might want to go in for a checkup.
Oh, you really think I was serious, Mr. Edgeworth? What? I'm sorry, sir. I'll never make another joke like that again.
Alright.
Do you want me to fucking slash your salary in half?
Sir, you can't go in there.
Okay. What is Franziska up to?
I think salary cutting noises are similar to gun cocking.
Imagine just the sound of a pen on paper. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay!
Art? What sort of art?
And Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. He's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. I think it looks like that other piece of cloth.
Yep, okay.
So let's see what we can show him.
I can say that you have the guts to show me a piece of art at this time. But from a single glance, I can already tell it's mostly worthless.
This is much more value than a piece of non-art, I assure you.
You look like you have something to say. Perhaps you are thinking like casting pearls before swine.
You actually hit the nail on the head for once.
So you're finally paying my wasted money?
Sorry, but there's absolutely nothing inside this wallet.
How dare you! You are wanting to trick me! I will sue for fraud!
Oh no! Damn, Brett, I'll sue! Mr. LeBlanc, are you seriously considering a courtroom tango with me? I hope not, but in case you are, there is a certain lawyer I can introduce you to! He's gonna have...
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Wright? What the hell are you doing? You two are criminal lawyers! This is a civil liability court! What the fuck are you doing here?
Edgeworth only had 2 erections during his entire life. Once was when he first laid on a phoenix, and second when he faced this off when he set his teeth into the steel samurai.
What is it? Do you have some use for me? You seem not to understand. I have no time to waste. Let me put it another way. Les temps, c'est l'argent. There, maybe another language will get through your head.
I understood you perfectly fine in English.
There's gotta be some kind of speed up option, but I'm not entirely sure how to actually use it.
There we go. I think it's a double click and then hold. Fueling. Testimony.
Okay, only one thing is gonna work here.
Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Virginian cloth.
As I suspected. Your hat is made from the same material, I suppose?
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous. Orders come from over the seas for more.
Okay. This is the cargo you were talking about earlier.
No. My cargo this time is much mini gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. Yes, the stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room too.
The attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Oh, there she is.
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendant. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room?
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was been called for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect. Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to have such a vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. It is my kindness too harsh for you to comprehend.
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, should I go get the wool?
You do that, detective.
What would that be?
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I'd like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say that you're cooking a pack of instant noodles there!
I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit, but I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. See, the crime is here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more.
Oh, shit. Are you saying there is more I need to know?
There! Hey, why did she whip me? Why did you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped.
It should appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of the case just yet. She's been calling for the attendant until the body was found. What do you mean by scene?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks has been calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. and then from the time after that call until the body was found.
Right, but the murder didn't happen here. Gumshoe's definitely the Yamcha of Ace Attorney?
No! Because, like, Dragon Ball doesn't meme Yamcha like the community. Like, the community memes Yamcha to death. Yeah, sure, but, like, in universe, Yamcha's still, like, considered a respectable martial artist by, like, all the Z fighters. And, like, even, you know, he can be the butt of jokes sometimes, but, like, Toriyama constantly writes him to be, like, you know, like, you know, decent fighter, you know? Like, he's not usually the butt of jokes in universe. Oh, that's only with fans.
Well, it is true that I was in the lounge the whole time. That fact alone does not make me a criminal.
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time.
Particularly makes you the likeliest suspect. Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect.
Hey, but I believe in you, sir. Oh, I don't think you did it. Hey, Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings, yeah!
Quite, Scruffy. Even if I were related by blood, that's no guarantee that he is not a criminal.
Franziska.
I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party.
The likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't know yet. About the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in the logic one hole at a time. Okay, we gotta present. Let's see.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to throw this Coke in the freezer so that it's nice and cold.
Okay. Do the likeliest suspect. It has to be this, right? Used to transport the body? Francisca, I believe your testimony just now conflicts with this piece of evidence.
Nope, I guess not. Don't take care of Francisca's holes, please.
I'll take care of all. I'll take care of those. Leave it to me, Edgeworth.
And I believe that when you use the phrase I believe, you are anything but certain. Which means that showing me that piece of evidence is just a way to waste time.
Ah! She even managed to whip the evidence at the same time.
And what you with me do, sir?
That's one more victim besides myself and the evidence.
The piggy bank? No! It's obviously this.
The cloth? This piece of evidence perfectly exposes the flaw in your logic.
Oh, well then, why don't you show it? Me how it does just that. Go on.
Oh, I bet it's this part, right? This conflicts with something, right, sir?
You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Detective Gumshoe, don't speak up when you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to follow your lead, sir.
That you would allow a subordinate to talk over your disgrace.
I guess that wasn't it.
Hold on, let me just press real quick.
I suppose we can agree that I am most likely suspect.
I believe in you, sir. I don't believe you did it. Wait, did we not press this before? Doc Carver's gotta believe. Oh, no, yeah, we did.
Really? Francisca.
She doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it.
Take care of the gaps in logic one hole at a time.
Person in the lounge the entire time was. Well, we know this is false, right? But how do we prove it? The footprints? It's not new evidence. A suitcase for this one?
It would seem your logic is not as perfect as you think it is.
And what is that supposed to mean?
This piece of evidence should show you exactly what I mean.
Oh yes, it clearly shows what you're thinking. That you're attempting to buy yourself time.
Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have tried to pull up the fast one.
The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. The footprints? Okay, I'm really struggling with this one. Like, none of these feel like direct contradictions, right? Entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. Do we have anything that can definitively prove that? No, no. The piggy bank? No. Because we know Miss Tenero went through the lounge before, but I don't think we have any evidence that actually says that. Not yet, Firewall. Let me think a bit more. See a seat when we took him off. Took off again at 5 a.m. That doesn't contradict her testimony before, right? Seen calling for an attendant until his... Complicate things. Oh, it's this one! Duh. Oh, I didn't mean to press. Hold on. Okay, yeah, this should be easy. I don't know why I thought it had to be one of those last two sentences. Yeah, no, this is way too fucking obvious. I'm fucking stupid. Objection! There we go. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions?
Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should have known better than that. Avant Karma is perfect in every way.
Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is proof of that!
See it with your own eyes. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? Read 'em and weep!
Take that!
The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator!
Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? It's the tracks.
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like the tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. Oh, is there? Did we overlook that during our scientific examination? Oh, I just thought that was part of the design. I gotta be honest with you. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. This color and scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. Why would there be a juice on the wheels of the suitcase?
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot.
I think it does. Francisca's Logic Part 2.
You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence.
Not scientifically possible!
And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into a suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence, and out flew the body within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
She just said self-report. Not a bad bit of logic. I mean, I've seen worse prosecutors. For something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. I'm so sad we never got to see Edgeworth versus Gatto. That would have been so fun. That would have been so incredibly fun. I mean, I guess we technically got to see Diego versus Edgeworth. That's not really the same. Prepare yourself and acquire the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. Yeah, this is obviously the contradiction, right?
And then how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
That's easy. If the case was locked, you'd simply have to hit the glass like this.
Amateur hour! You shattered my heart of glass.
So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop and the iFly bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtain the murder weapon.
Got it for the victim in the lounge or you beat him to death? I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
I thought you'd say that. What, did you think I would not have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge by accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it.
Are you accusing me of tampering with a crime scene now?
We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work as we speak.
And what do you propose I did after that? So I put the victim's body into the suitcase, and then, where was I headed, Franziska?
That's pretty obvious. You're bringing it first class so you can safely keep an eye on it.
We're talking about this thing, you know. I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because...
Then hit the patch of turbulence and out flew the body from its suitcase.
Not a bad bit of logic. I mean, not a good one either, but you know.
You experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough and I passed out briefly, but only for a second.
Hey, good thing I was only for a sec, sir. It ain't been bad if you were real blanked out.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth.
If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now.
Gah! I have to find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to save.
I have to say, you are looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge.
Franziska, are you implying that I was sus? I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body.
I suppose that's true.
So then you're yielding to my statements?
Don't be foolish. I'm still insisting that you are the killer, but in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead.
No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and a large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right.
Yeah. It's over.
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
My man Gato catching strays! Oh no!
You don't need logic in a courtroom. You don't even need evidence. All you need is the sweet scent of dark, bitter coffee. And to suck off the judge in between courtroom sessions. And you can get as far as, well, Phoenix Wright said I was the most skilled opponent he ever faced, didn't he? And that's without me ever presenting a single argument, or I never even looked at the facts of any of the cases I was prosecuting. I just let the chips fall as they may while I did some philosophical ramblings here and there. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix?
A fake.
This Mr. iFly piggy bank. It's just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assumed it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase from the shop and left it there.
What in the fuck is this? The fucking blackened from Danganronpa?
Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank up off the floor.
This literally just is the blackened.
And took it to fabricate a murder weapon by hitting the victim in the head.
What the Edgeworth doing? What the Edgeworth doing?
Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage. In my pocket, to be precise. Everything was done so that it would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks.
You there!
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was there anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or the shop that could be used this one, ma'am. Most of the items that could be been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all were tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible it just did in somewhere, sir.
If the criminal wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth is hidden inside the suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or it's still at the real crime scene.
There's one more possibility.
And what? And that would be?
That the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Yes, the piggy bank can be the murder weapon, but only if Tenero is the killer.
Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at the time the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case.
Francisca, the person you're talking about.
Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes.
Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Mr. Nero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
All right. You gonna wake up early tomorrow? Take care. Yeah, thank you for being here, Firewall. Have a good night. Whew.
I've been told by Miss Von Karma that you can now enter the flight attendant's room. Please feel free to look around. Thank you.
No, thank you. Not to unravel Mr. Nero's true intentions.
You, hurry and solve your murder. If you do not, now am I supposed to have my cargo returned to me?
If you could please be patient just a little longer, Mr. LeBlanc.
Hurry and shove it, solve it, like a strike of thunder.
It's as fast as lightning, and believe me, if I could, I would.
Francie!
Mr. Nero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
A blue door over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir.
Alright, let's go see what Mr. Nero has to say for herself. What do you have to say for yourself, partner?
Yes, sir. I hate to show her who's boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Ain't not even Miss Von Karma's whip was made for you.
You give me too much credit. She simply didn't have all the information. To be sure, the flights will become tougher and tougher as this investigation progresses.
It's alright, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you got me watching your back. Hey, I'll make sure to keep on supporting you in any way I can. Hey, just say the word, sir.
Really? Then how about standing out in front of me and absorbing whiplashes?
Just use him as a fucking shield.
He's certainly big enough for it. Well, now that Francie's gone, let's go see and we can talk to the captain and Cammy now. I want to assure you that that lady is a fellow prosecutor. Her name is Francisca Von Karma.
I don't care who she is. She's talking with Mon Capitan.
I sense Miss Mealy is the type who considers every other woman to be a threat. I'm sorry for the late introduction. I'm Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. I believe one of the attendants asked you in my stead for permission to investigate. Ah, yes. You must be the prosecutor, Cam. I mean, Miss Mealy was talking about. I remember telling her you could investigate the in-flight shop or something of the sort. Then I guess it's true. Mr. Nero didn't ask him for permission on my behalf. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the captain of... Thank you for your help. I think this is about all the useful information I'm gonna get from this man.
Edgeworth is not taking any shit, I guess.
Alright. Let's go. 2:30 p.m. 1:30 first floor flight attendants. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Who invited my man Blood? He thinks he's on the team.
So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Hi.
Mr. Nero.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too.
Can you please help us and shed some light onto why you did what you did?
All right.
What are you doing and why are you fidgeting?
Hey, I've never been in a plane before, and I have never been in an attendance room.
Well, even a normal flight, one would rarely ever need to enter one.
Hey, I don't know when I'll ever get to be on a plane again, so I want to soak it all in now, sir. Yeah, let's see, a box full of crowns, a yellow suitcase, oh, I have a great trip.
Paging Detective Gumshoe, kindly return to the situation at hand.
Brain empty. No thoughts.
Oh, I love this man.
This door leads to the cargo hold. But I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission.
That's not a bad way to handle this situation if it was any old case, but this isn't.
Hey, so between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job?
No, there's no comparison to be made, Detective. None. Jesus Christ. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
That is our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like I have a treasure
Oh, gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here, sir.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies they're carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me this time it's time for iFly to send its metal detectors out for repairs. It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it.
Hey, so these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Hey, let's hurry up and examine them, sir.
Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search the attendants' lockers?
Wait, Detective. It would be uncouth of us to look at a woman's locker without her permission.
Hey, I guess so. Plus, I feel his murderous draft, and I can sense a whip not far behind me.
What exactly is this panel for?
Ah, that is the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open.
Okay. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. Most certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Mr. Nero.
Yes, his bottom one is a giant mess.
You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man! You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy!
Oh no.
Oh no! What does Von Karma's room look like?
Oh no! That shit probably has trash bag just covered in fucking trash. Oh no! She's a neat. Yeah.
There are some things in life best kept to yourself, Detective.
What about the trash can?
There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please.
Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, just leave the rummaging to me.
Scruffy, how dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor?
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to do.
Forgive me, Detective.
Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out.
In due time. I do have one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future?
Of course. I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it.
Yeah, probably all that it helps now.
And I'm willing to bet the majority of them came from you, Detective. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, isn't it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please, answer honestly. Yes, I was. Then what? Then why were you there? Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Francisco seems to have struck a nerve.
All I did was go check up the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing.
It's a lot of things, edgy boy. Let's go through.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I'm a failure.
She must be worn out from the long questioning session she just went through.
Homegirl is depressed.
Alright, nothing from the travel wallet, crime scene notes.
I'm guessing the piggy bank is what's actually going to trigger progression, so let's wait on that for the time being. Yeah, let's just cover all our bases here. Alright, and then the suitcase.
If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You were the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcase I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
The last one there.
Right, when she went to the shop, there was only one suitcase left. Meaning that when she went to the shop, the killer was... That's when the murder was actually taking place. That's massive! And nothing from the piggy bank. Okay, I was expecting it to be the piggy bank, not the, Okay. So then, what does that mean? So, hold on, let me just try to get a check up on the shop. So she went to the shop, then came to the room, then when she comes out of this room, she finds the body, she finds me with the body. Now, she says she came here to adjust her makeup, which means she maybe was in here 15 minutes to half an hour, I would say, right? Because it's not like she's applying makeup all over from scratch. If it's just touching it up, it shouldn't take that long. So, you know, a moderate amount of time in this room. She comes out, and then the body is there. But when she first goes to the shop, one of the suitcases is missing, which means the killer has already taken the suitcase and is already enacting his plan to commit the murder, wherever that may be. After that, the killer, right? So she goes there. So okay, let's lay this out. This time of events. The killer goes to the shop and takes one of the suitcases. He then wheels the suitcase somewhere and commits the murder. At around the same time, Tenero goes to the shop and sees that the suitcase, that there's only one suitcase left, and thinks that, you know, they're starting to sell. She then walks past me in the lounge, and starts touching up her makeup in this room. At that same time, the killer stuffs the body into the suitcase, wheels it back to the lounge, puts it in the elevator, wheels the suitcase back to the shop, leaves it there. Somewhere around this time, the turbulence happens, which breaks the grape juice bottle, leaves the tracks, and then when he's in the shop, he sees the piggy bank laying there on the floor, and so he decides to head back in, smack the corpse with it, and leave it there to try to make a fake murder weapon. That seems like a pretty good timeline of events. If we could just get some actual, timestamps from Tenero here, that would be very helpful. But that also means something very interesting, right? Where did the body come from? Where did the murder take place? Because we know the murder didn't take place in the shop, because Tenero was in there while the murder was supposedly happening, or at least, either while the murder was happening, or the setup for the murder was happening, or the, cleanup was happening. At some point during the course of the criminal actions that were being taken, Tenero walks into the shop. Nothing is happening there. Okay. During that time, I am in the lounge. Nothing is happening there. So we've ruled out those two areas, which makes sense, right? The body was then wheeled in from somewhere else. The question is where, right? There are 3 areas where one can enter the elevator. The top floor, the first class cabin, but the first class cabin isn't really connected to anywhere else, I don't think. Which means if the murder, I don't know where the murder could have taken place if for the killer to then wheel it through the first class cabin into the elevator, Then the other entrance is the lounge, where I'm sitting there knocked out. It is possible that the killer entered the elevator from the lounge and then just left it on the same floor, right? That is certainly a possibility, but we'll leave that. However, I don't think that's possible, because the only entrances to the lounge are the shop, which we know the shop is its own, isn't connected to anywhere else. We know the murder didn't take place in the shop, right? Murder didn't take place in the shop. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, so it couldn't have come through there. The other entrance is the staircase, which again leads up to the first class cabin. So that's again, you obviously can't commit murder in the first class cabin, and unless the first class cabin connects to somewhere else, then the murder didn't. Also, it wouldn't make much sense for the killer, right? If the killer's ultimate goal is to stuff the victim in the elevator, I feel like it would make more sense to just wheel the suitcase in the elevator rather than carry the suitcase down a flight of stairs, because dead bodies are pretty goddamn heavy, Like, carrying that suitcase with the body inside of it down those stairs would be very difficult. I don't think many people on this flight have the, strength to actually pull that shit off, So going down the stairs of the suitcase just seems dumb to me. So I don't think that's a possibility. Which means the only area the suitcase could have been wheeled into the lounge was through this room, if the murder happened in the cargo bay. But since Miss Tenero was in here touching up her makeup, while the killer was supposedly taking the body to the elevator, Tenero should have seen them. So either Tenero saw someone walk by here during that time, in which case that's what happened, or this wasn't it, which then means the only other area that connects to the elevator is the cargo lounge, which means the murder must have taken place in the cargo lounge, put in the elevator there, and then the killer rode the elevator up
to the lounge, right? That has to be it. And then everything played out how I've already talked about. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one. Also, if the murder did indeed take place in the cargo hold, the only 3 people who could have then done it are Tenero, Cammy, or the captain, because they should be the only 3 people on this flight, or other flight attendants, but we haven't met other flight attendants, so it shouldn't be them, that have access to the cargo hold, you know? And the captain was likely flying, at the time, so Cammy really seems like the primary suspect right now. As for the cloth, also Cammy definitely doesn't like Tenero, so trying to frame her would definitely be a possibility. As for the cloth, I guess if LeBlanc had that in his had similar clothing in his luggage, I guess she could have maybe forced his luggage open and taken the cloth as a way to maybe make sure that she didn't get blood on the actual cargo hold, right? Because if she... Well, this is assuming it's... Well, not really assuming it's Cammy, just the killer, right? If the killer kills someone in the cargo hold, odds are there's going to be blood there, which will then give away that the murder happened in the cargo hold rather than the elevator. So what you do is you cover things up with this cloth, murder the man on the cloth, you know, similar to that, the American Psycho scene, right? Hey, Paul! Right, and then the axe, right? Similar to that, right? You cover things up, so the blood doesn't get on the cargo. Maybe a few drops get off it, but the majority of the blood, but those can be wiped off. The majority of the blood just gets on the cloth. Then the cloth is simply hidden away in the suitcase. But the biggest thing here, the biggest conundrum, I think, for me still is... where's the murder weapon? Because, right, the cloth, right, after the murder happened, the killer had 2 things to, well, yeah, the killer had 3 pieces of evidence to dispose of. The bloody cloth, the bloody suitcase, and the bloody murder weapon. As for the suitcase, they didn't really dispose of it. They just left it in the lounge. They just left it in the shop, trying to... Their idea of disposing was hiding in plain sight, right? The idea was that nobody would look twice at the fact that, you know, the suitcase is in the shop, so no one would actually check it, you know? So, and since the blood was just on the inside, that would have been enough. I mean, definitely an oversight, yes, but, I mean... the suitcase is less conspicuous in the shop than anywhere else on this plane. As for the cloth, right, hiding into the suitcase is basically the only option, right? Because, like, I mean, think about it. If they open the suitcase already has blood inside of it, right? So if they open the suitcase and find blood in there, well, then they've already, you know, figured you out. At that point, them finding the cloth inside the suitcase as well doesn't really help them that much, you know? So hiding the cloth in the suitcase makes sense. So what did he do with the murder weapon? What did they do? With the murder weapon? Because by that same logic, right, you just put the murder weapon in the suitcase and it's like, well, if they find the suitcase, they're gonna know that the murder didn't happen here and my entire setup is done. So, I mean, if they find the murder weapon too, then that's not really a big deal. But for some reason, the killer decided to hide the murder weapon in a different location. That's the big thing that's throwing me off. Why? Why would you hide the murder weapon and the cloth into entirely separate places? So, you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one. But yeah, let's see if she can help confirm that the murder took place in the cargo hold.
Yes, they're just so popular. They're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression I got. Your face isn't inspiring much confidence either.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Oh, we're gonna get whipped.
Maybe that was a bit...
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. It looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left.
Something is amiss here.
What could the meaning of this inconsistency be?
It's not really an inconsistency. By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
Oh, that is a good question. That's...
I thought you said there was only 1 left.
That one, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
And yet it doesn't have a single scratch on it? Open that shit up, girl. Open that shit up.
He's used it for a long time. I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. This proves this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says. Right, it also has the fucking tag on it still.
Take that!
Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
Ah! What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase?
Because of what's inside it. Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you're trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in...
Or she was just trying to hide the fact that they were unpopular.
Seeing as how the price tag is still in the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was...
Yeah, you bought it yourself to make them seem popular.
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and you were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Then the reason you went to the shop and came back there was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something.
You need to get a hobby, girl. Start streaming, I don't know.
But the suitcase didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? Only because it's, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
They weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, here is my receipt for that purchase.
This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m.
Yes, we've got our time for, well, not the time for the murder. The murder was happening around 5:40. But it means that the body being delivered to the elevator took place sometime between 5:40 and 6:15. What's that? 35 minutes. That's a pretty long amount of time that it can happen. Seats.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Mr. Nero, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold. And the suitcase the killer used.
Could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think the killer used one of my suitcases to?
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
Ah, how could they? The suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is just through the door there.
And what about security?
The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only members of the crew have access to.
Which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room. Well, no, the culprit could have also used the elevator. Then, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
Yes, Franziska.
Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karman name.
Well, then I'm glad my name is Edgeworth. And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member with using a keycard.
Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, it's the only realistic possibility.
The other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say.
Franziska got information out of Miss Meal.
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required.
A different one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda De Niro, and only you. Ah!
What? Is this true, Mr. Nero?
Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on.
But if she just keeps it in her locker, it could be stolen.
I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The keycard, it's gone. Ha ha ha! Very clever. Pretending that your keycard was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about it like it's down at the station. Arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth? What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Franziska, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case, however...
Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time! You know the rules as well as I do.
You know the rules, and
So do I. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
Alright, to be continued. So, we'll probably be... Will we be leaving this off here? I'm not sure. I think I got one more in me. I think I do.
Oh. However, we will need to take a bit of a break before we do that.
Let's see. Pause the simulator. Pause that. Yeah, I think we're gonna go on a bit of a break. And then, well, I mean, after that, we'll,
we'll continue. I think we might be able to finish this case today. That'd be cool. That'd be nice, because I mean, going by other Ace Attorney games, this game should either have 4 or 5 cases, which means this should put us close to the middle of the game, which very excited for that. So yeah, we'll be back in a bit.
夢でカンソルシーク One, two, three, get sucked in my sheets これは現実、それが dream 混ざる密度のこんなクリーン
つながる仕組みはヘンとヘン人との関係はエンとエン
原点とゴム結ぶ点と点あとはセンスで決まる運命の運命 Just like a nightmare 指折り数えても消えない一人 Morphing a teddy bear 抗えない夢を見せて
Fight,
All right, we are back. I was considering making myself another cup of tea, but that would have taken too long. I also don't want to fucking run out of fucking tea bags too early. I do need to go buy more, but all right, let's go ahead and continue. I find it really funny whenever I fucking go on take like a short break, and then it's exactly then when new people show up on the stream. That's just great. Well, hopefully Annabelle will come back. I doubt it, but that'd be nice. That'd be very nice. I would like that. All right, let's go ahead and continue. In the meantime, all right, March 12th, 2:52 p.m. I-390 lower deck cargo hold. Hey, wow, way. So this is the cargo hold, eh? My man is zooming. Hey, it's so big! He's like a child. Oh, he's adorable. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and an ultra luxurious first class seating. Yeah, this place is fucking massive. Like, this cargo hold on its own is like maybe like 3 stories tall, and then this plane is the height of a 5-story building, and that's just the fuselage. What the fuck? Also, hey Annabelle, it's good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in one of the streams before. Is this your first one? Oh, so yes, I do adore this man.
So this is the crime scene of the murder.
There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? First time ever. Well, all right. Well, great to have you. Did you just, I guess, just a YouTube recommendation then? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. All right, let's do just that. Why don't you want to be my partner, Francie? Why don't you want to, help me out? No, you're just gonna stand there menacingly and threaten people with your whip? Okay, you can do that too, I guess. Well, I'm glad to see the algorithm's working properly. Yes, sir. What do you see? This cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they can fit stuff like that in here. Detective, what are you going on about? Are you in the middle of we're in the middle of an investigation here. Whoa! Hey, stuff's falling on me. Oh, I can't get really into my work without something like this happening first. Well, let's get this show on the road. So, which item do you want to start on? In this world, there are those who are masochistic, and then there's Gumshoe. That flight attendant, Rhoda De Niro, she's the killer, isn't she? No, just leave the thinking to me, buddy, okay? I don't think we can say for sure yet, but there are certainly a great number of things pointing us in that direction. You mean like she didn't tell us about her buying her own suitcase? Yes, however, in regard to the keycard being stolen, the other thing. That's just sad. I can't seem to find any evidence that she's lying about that. Yeah. Anything new to show this man? I mean, they're suit. Gumshoe, this is... Nope. Nope. Brain empty. No thoughts. Okay. Let's see. What do you have to say for yourself? What are you even doing? You're just standing there. Help me investigate, damn it! Have you noticed anything strange happening around here?
No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing.
I'm not sure what he meant. It sounds so oblivious. I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. Seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides the murder. Were you?
Excited to see me?
Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol.
Ah, it's an Interpol liaison. Interesting. Why don't I get approached to be an Interpol liaison? Definitely a better prosecutor than she is. Interpol is involved.
This is a top secret operation, so I can't really tell you any more than I already have.
Why do I have a feeling? Why the fuck is Interpol always messing with Borginia? Why does every single time Borginia come up, Interpol shows up right afterward? Was it fucking Thompson, a fucking Interpol agent? Like a secret Interpol spy in Apollo Justice? Was he wait, in Apollo Justice, right? There's this there's something in Borginia that they didn't want to get smuggled out, right? Could someone have been on this plane maybe smuggling? And that's why he was killed? They wanted to get a... Right, maybe the victim was smuggling from Borginia, and so they wanted to kill him to get their hands on the smuggled goods? Maybe? Maybe they were an Interpol agent and and we're trying to catch a smuggler, but we're killed and they were undercover? I'm gonna need the deets, girl. Come on, I'm practically your brother.
There's something much more urgent we should be dealing with right now. Don't waste my time or yours.
Hold on, we need to present stuff to her.
There's something much more urgent we should be dealing with right now.
Nope.
That's the victim. It's infuriating to see him crumpled on a floor like that, lifeless.
Who knew Byakuya Togami was secretly from Berigia?
I will catch the one who did this to him myself. I swear it.
Francisca's really worked up over the victim. That's... her being so mad about this is starting to lean me a bit more in the direction of the victim was a secret Interpol agent, maybe. Maybe he was the person Francisca was supposed to meet in the first place. Okay. Some pieces are starting to fall together here, I think.
There's something much more urgent.
Oh, yeah, it's the same thing. What do you think about this piggy bank, Francisca?
What do I think? What else is there to think but that it's a murder weapon?
We literally already cleared up the fact that it's not. I mean, I guess if Tenero was the killer, then yes, it could. I meant, what do you think about the Mr. iFly itself?
It's a crude rendition of a genus of primates commonly known to as slow lorises. Loris comes from the Dutch word for simpleton, which is extremely fitting because that's exactly what Mr. iFly represents, the guilty simpleton I'm going to arrest.
I don't suppose she's capable of giving a more normal answer. Why can't you just why can't you be like Edgeworth and have normal people conversations about normal things like the greatest show to ever grace television, The Steel Samurai?
There's something much more.
Yeah. Oh, that's the same thing. But I guess, hold on. If Hicks was an Interpol agent, then maybe that little phone then maybe he was always on his phone because he was like, you know, Yeah, getting this cell phone back is very important, I think. Not only because it's quite possibly the motive for murder, but it should reveal a lot more about Hicks and what he was actually here to do. Suitcase.
I'm not wasting time. It's called being thorough. Maybe, Francisca, if you chose to thoroughly examine every piece of evidence, you wouldn't get your ass handed to you by Phoenix Wright. I was gonna say 3 times in a row, but it was only twice, right? Because she never actually got to, because she got fucking shot during, Farewell My Turnabout. So, yeah, she only actually was there for two trials. That's really, huh. Look, all I'm saying is, you know, Edgeworth has gotta rep his boyfriend every now and again, you know? Yeah, but this place is fucking massive! And it's all filled to the brim with boxes. Yeah, no wonder we had to stop at Zheng Fa or whatever the fuck it's called. This goddamn thing probably can't stay in the air more than 2 hours without consuming enough fuel to run a small nation for a year. Also, hi Logic Tab, you seem to have returned. What do we have in here? Broken glasses, and then Interpol. Okay. Let's take a look at the elevator. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Hey Darius, how's it going? Here, yeah, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the 1st floor, Detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyways, without the special keycard. Both the door to the attendant's room and the elevator's control panels require a keycard, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. Yeah, finding that keycard is also important, I guess. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. And this one says for exorcism use only. What kind of operation is this airline running? You think you'll ever listen to more of the Guilty Gear soundtrack from the older games that aren't Strive? I am planning to. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I definitely want to do that. And I definitely want to react to it on stream. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal?
It's the victim. It's what the victim checked in, sir.
So this suitcase belongs to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we take a closer look. Hey, there's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file. Hey, there's a photo of Miss Von Garman in it, sir. Yep, he's an Interpol agent. And it looks like a profile on Francisca. Could Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? It's just sad, man. A single suitcase missing, and it's not even because anyone bought it. It just got fucking stolen. And holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like a you can use suitcase fare. This must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after the flight is over. Yeah, paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it'll bring you much happiness. Hey, you think so? Maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200. I think I'll pass, Mr. Edgeworth. Unless you can give me a slight raise after we solve this case, you know? That's never happening, Detective. It's only downhill from here. And Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs to just buy one. Yeah, I think the issue is less the looks, although that's certainly something. But more so the price tag. Thank you, Annabelle. It definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? There's a bunch of glass fragments. That's the glasses that were broken, right?
So, that seems odd that the killer would go through that the killer would go to all this trouble of, you know, moving the entire body and creating a fake crime scene up on the first floor, and then just get defeated by forgetting to leave just a couple of broken shards of glass. Like, that's... Yeah, clearly we're not dealing with a professional criminal here. That's for sure. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing to the cargo crew.
It sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the looks in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of his story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Oh no. Edgeworth. Alright, I think we've looked at everything there is to look at, which means it's time for logic. Obviously, let's start with this. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, I mean, Mr. Hicks had heard and he was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks.
What is with Virginia and undercover Interpol agents? And being murder victims?
Wait, Thompson was the murder victim in the first case, right? Oh, hold on. Attorney Thompson. Ace Attorney. Fuck, what was it called? Turnabout Serenade? Serenade. Turnabout Serenade, yes. Oh, wait, his name isn't Thompson. His name is Romaine Lettuce. I just call him Thompson because yeah. Never mind. I call him Thompson because I think I just made a joke about him being the fucking Thompson and Thompson from Adventures of Tintin because he was a fucking Interpol agent. But no, his name is Romaine Lettuce. Okay, yeah. So he was also the murder victim. You know, if I had a penny for every time in Ace Attorney, a Interpol agent who was undercover, an undercover Virginian Interpol agent was murdered abroad, I would have 2 pennies. Which, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Romaine Lettuce, someone's parents did not like him. The Ace Attorney names are truly some of the best there are. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. And then we can go ahead and do this. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses.
And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses.
Exactly what I was thinking. Detective, I think you just earned yourself a raise.
Alright, perfect. Now I'm gonna go tell Mr. Nero I'm gonna go buy one of our suitcases right now, sir. Thank you, sir. I can't wait to put this to good use. Although I don't have the money to buy an airplane ticket, so I don't think I'll ever use it, but you know, maybe I'll use it to carry my case files around, sir. You know, I think it'll look nice.
I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So, you're saying the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I don't know about that. So if he eats a salad, it's cannibalism? I mean, yeah?
However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Yeah, that is interesting, but
Let's go talk to Franziska first. You've got something you're not telling me.
you came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense! What are you talking about?
I found a profile detailing your information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got him first.
So, you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring.
We are practically siblings! And you didn't even, you weren't even planning to say hi! You wound me, Frankie.
He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on the case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead.
I think we now have a pretty definitive evidence.
Wait, what did we just get?
Obviously, that updated his profile. Interpol agent in charge.
Yep, Interpol agent in charge of smuggling cases. Whoop-de-fucking-do! Only in Virginia, guys! Jesus Christ!
I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold.
Yeah, but what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and he came down to get it. Ow!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Right, probably to search for... Maybe he probably suspected someone on the plane to be carrying contraband. Probably Zinc LeBlanc. Which would explain if he's carrying contraband, and I'm pretty sure that the penalty, if he gets extradited to Virginia and he gets charged with smuggling, I'm pretty sure the penalty is death. Which would explain why he seems to be in a bit of a hurry to, you know, to get out of here as fast as possible. So that they don't find his smuggling? Maybe. But I think the bigger question is not why he came down here. Because why he came down here, I could understand that. The question is how? Unless he asked a flight attendant to bring him down. But then... Wait, but then that doesn't make sense, because if Zinc was the smuggler, then Zinc is the one that had the motive for murder, but Zinc shouldn't have been able to get down here to actually kill him. Unless Cammy was, unless Cammy is the one who's actually doing the smuggling? I mean, she is a flight attendant, specifically on a flight from the US to Virginia, which means she would be regularly traveling between the two countries, not to mention the fact that she's, you know, being a flight attendant, it'd be easier for her to smuggle things on and off a flight without it being detected. So her being a smuggler who, you know, plane lands in Virginia, she loads up the goods, plane lands in the United States, she offloads the goods. And, if it's Cammy, I'd be so surprised. I mean, she seems like an airhead, sure, but that could always be a front that she puts on to just, to hide her true personality. I mean, plenty of Ace Attorney villains do that. But as a flight attendant,
not only does she have, is she one of the only 2 people on this flight who could realistically make it down to the cargo hold to commit the murder, but she's also the person who would have the easiest time being a smuggler. So if Hicks was investigating her and came down here to try to figure out where she was hiding her stolen goods and then she killed him, that would be the best theory I have right now, but I still need more information about his specific case. It's always the airheads who are the most deranged. I mean, it's kind of like it could be kind of like a Lord of the Flies situation where, like, you know, innocence isn't necessarily a, you know, preventative of cruelty. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related... Okay, we already read that. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was gonna find out from him after he landed. I see, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew, but unbeknownst to him, that member of the crew was the smuggler. Hicks probably thought someone else, like Zinc, was the smuggler. So he asked one of the flight attendants, hey, I'm an Interpol agent, I need to check your cargo storage, I'm trying to track down an international smuggling ring. But he didn't realize he was talking to the smuggler themselves, which then means it must have been a member of the crew who did it. So far, the only 3 we've met, and the only 3 that, you know, are in the first class cabin, are the captain, but that doesn't really make sense. He's busy flying the plane. Cammy and... Yeah, no, it's Cammy. It has to be. Because, that's what he called her about. Neil, right? Cammy was handling... Right, when the plane stopped to refuel at the, When the plane stopped to refuel at Zhengfa, Tenero was busy doing something else, and Cammy, throughout that 1 hour time span, was in charge of attending to the first class cabin. She says that right after the plane leaves Zhengfa at around 5 a.m., Cammy actually got a call from Hicks, right? Like, he requested the flight attendant. It would then make sense that that's when Hicks, he called her over at 5 a.m., asked her to let him into the cargo hold so he can investigate the smuggling operation. She leads him down there, kills him, stuffs him in one of the suitcases, then takes him upstairs, drops him in the elevator, leaves the suitcase back, throws the piggy bank to make it seem like there's the murder weapon, and then hightails it out of there before Edgeworth wakes up. Yeah, I mean, if it is Cammy, everything just fits together incredibly well. The only thing left then is, what was the murder weapon, right? And why didn't Cammy hide the murder weapon the same way she hid the cloth, right? That's the only thing I can think of. Also, yeah, if Hicks was investigating Zinc's luggage, that would explain where the cloth comes from as well. And enter the cargo hold with the person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glasses fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then... the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases, and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit the patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere.
It explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor.
Ah. That makes sense. They weren't intending to put the body in the elevator. They didn't want people finding the body. They were intending to just keep the body in the suitcase. Wait, but no. If the original intent was for them to just keep the body in the suitcase, so that they could then if the original intent was to keep the body in the suitcase, so that they could then so the body wouldn't be found out until after the plane touches down to land, which then gives the person time to, you know, run away. If that was the case, it would make most sense to just leave the body with the other suitcases in the cargo hold, rather than taking it up to the shop. Why did the killer take the suitcase with the body up to the shop? The only thing I can think of is that the killer was trying to essentially wanted to keep the suitcase themselves and take it off the flight with them so that they never actually found the body? Oh, investigation complete. Nice.
I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
Hey, what? Yeah, really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth, but the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda De Niro.
Are you forgetting that there's a second flight attendant on this fucking plane? Definitive evidence.
If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda De Niro.
Yes, but she's a fucking idiot who kept her keycard where anyone could have stolen it.
I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Remember, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. Oh, that's some
Pretty short testimony. Alright, let's get some more intel.
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or the captain. Oh, shit.
Don't be a fool! A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there.
Hey! Hey!
I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well. Then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal?
I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here.
Right.
But it's highly unlikely that keycard was stolen from Miss De Niro.
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you could come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Ah! Yes, well, I don't have any evidence,
Be quiet. You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda De Niro, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Mr. I-Fly piggy bank?
Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open that display case.
But that is a fake.
Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. You must keep on insisting that it's a fake. Then what is the real murder weapon, and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. It should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon. Piggy bank, the crime scene, the body. I don't think examining the piggy bank helps us at all, because like, if the piggy bank was actually if they just hit the victim with the piggy bank, then yeah. I think if it's more important, the body is probably what needs examining, right? See how the how does the impact mark from the blow, does it match the piggy bank or does it not, right? We did say that we are waiting on an autopsy report coming in. For the crime scene, I don't think that we thoroughly examined it, so it has to be the body. Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on the Agent Hick's head is consistent with a murder weapon?
It's the oldest trick in the book. The updated autopsy report. That's an Edgeworth special.
Scruffy,
Yes, sir.
contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the result of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
What is it, detective? Could you please not shout? This room has entirely way too much echo.
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they already know this one thing for sure.
Report now.
And the doc said that is one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area.
Did she just push him down the stairs? Is the murder weapon the entire staircase? And well, it's maybe a sign that the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean?
Well, it's,
Was the wound to the victim's head consistent with a murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking today, sir.
You're completely useless.
Yow!
Sir, I told you already, you cannot go down there.
No, you remove yourself from my way!
What is all that racket? Yeah, there's only one man it could be.
My luggage! My cargo! They're mine! I demand you return them to me!
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there's no choice! Finally, I think he... Hey, what are you? You have left me no choice but to use strong force! Ah!
You won't get past me! Oh! And this is... Right, that's it! So that's what this whole thing has been about. Some way for to prove this further this matter. Wait, what is Edgeworth cooking right now?
All this while the man is fucking falling! Yeah, there is no murder weapon because the murder weapon was the cargo hold. Oh, this is cool. And Doc said it was just one giant beating from his shoulder all the way to his back. Whew. Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what order this is supposed to be connected in. Let's try this way. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising all over a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must have been something far bigger. The murder weapon is the plane! Ah yeah, it's all coming together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
And what was that all about? And was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska.
What? What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon.
You did?
He really jumped.
I didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs. I love they don't give a single shit.
Is that pompous attitude of yours again? You should learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You aren't listening at all, are you?
Come on, then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
Do we have an image of the plane? I mean, this is an image of the plane.
I don't think that works. I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me?
Finally, we got one of our rants. Let's go.
What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as, that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal.
Edgeworth has really picked up rights flair for the dramatic, hasn't he?
Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what the real cause of death was. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death was free falling to the ground. Free falling.
He
Fell to his death.
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on his back, on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries are that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
A plane that is 5 stories high, might I add.
I know.
Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us this entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
And what? And we're in trouble. We might have a second death on our hands, sir. Look at Gumshoe go. Hey, you! Hey, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Calm down. He fell like 6 feet. Quiet! Why are you screaming? He's alive.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
Unless that box is moved.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. And what would have happened then?
Hey, you would have been a Virginian pancake for sure, sir.
Detective, you scare me sometimes.
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there, so there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there is no proof that it was always there.
Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when the giant box was not there.
But there was.
What?
I used to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it was now.
Right. Cargo transfer Zheng Fa. It's possible the box was loaded in there.
You've refueled in the Republic of Zheng Fa?
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zheng Fa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. He also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
It's labeled Zheng Fa Express.
Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane Zheng Fa.
Ah.
Now, what if the box in question was also loaded at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not there in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zheng Fa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely plausible.
And yeah, the only reason why we believe that Hicks was alive after 5 a.m. was due to Neil's testimony. This could be, if this is a lie, then the murder could have just happened at any point. But then the bigger question is, if the murder... Because I was going under the assumption that the murder took place sometime around 5:40. 5:40, 5:50-ish. You know, right before 6. And then after that, immediately after, the killer tried to move the body for some reason, and as a result, it ended up on the elevator. Killer moving a body, I can understand. What I don't understand is a killer killing someone and then moving his body like a good 2 hours later. Not to mention that I guess it would make sense if she just put the body in the suitcase, right? She could just leave the suitcase in here in the cargo bay and no one would suspect a thing. So then when they came in to load the boxes, the body was inside one of the suitcases. But then why did she show up to retrieve the suitcase at 6?
Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched.
Now allow me to chat, and allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. The first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail.
Alright. Let's go.
If I may have a word with you, Francisca?
I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality.
Are you even helping? What are you doing? If you spot anything off, you come and tell me right away, okay, pal?
Roger, sir.
It's rather unusual for Gumshoe to be so directing. You must outrank this, officer.
If you weren't to any trouble, just leave it up to me, okay?
Yes, sir. Watch out, Detective Gumshoe.
Ah, yeah.
Scruffy, I think your ego is in need of some deflating.
I was following in your footsteps, sir. I don't want to try patronizing my subordinates.
Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate. Oh, poor Gumshoe. How are you doing?
You can rant at me all you in Virginia all you want, but no still means no, sir.
What? You cheap man! You are only waiting for me to give you money, yes? This guy's really pushy. I wonder if he really makes any sales this way.
As long as I never have to face him in court, he can be as pushy as he wants. Yeah, some of those witnesses are not fun to deal with. Oh, that's you. Yeah, okay.
Man, I can't believe Mr. Hicks fell to his death. I never would have guessed in a million years.
And that is still only a hypothesis. However, the investigation should prove it to be true.
Speaking of fouling, I am glad the art guy's okay. He took quite the spill.
Yes, he was lucky to have landed on top of that piece of cargo.
Yeah, I can just see it now. Passenger base price for police fouler. The prosecutor Edgeworth had fuel to the fire of the first murder with a second death. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that'll make the front page.
That's not funny, detective.
Anything new to show him?
Just the autopsy report, but he's not smart enough to comment on that. Alright, back to the investigation. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. It's a rather large piece of cargo.
There's a tag on it, sir. It's the Ollie Fred statue. I never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Yeah, let's get investigating, sir.
Oh no, you are terrible at your job. Gumshoe, go discipline that man. Francisca, lend him your whip.
And look here, don't go about touching my possessions without my permission. And worship on me like that, pal.
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it?
Wait. No, but if the big box belongs to LeBlanc, then it was there at the time of the murder, because LeBlanc, because then it would have been loaded in Virginia, not Zhengfa, right?
I should see what else I can find out from him. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
It should bring back memory out.
We've seen this before.
Alright, let's go.
Look here! Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission.
I suppose I have to first appease Mr. LeBlanc if I want to examine this in more detail. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it is mine! I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! The Ali Fred statue is worth 110 million cents! No, maybe much, much more.
Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold.
10 million cents!
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, detective.
Man, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing where I do be every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, then euros or dollars?
Does it really make a difference to our case?
10 million cents? Yeah, that's a common way to talk about currency, right?
Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching.
Yeah. It's likely being used for smuggling. The problem, but like the thing is, right?
Did we ask him about the cloth?
What a waste! Look at how horrible to see a priceless piece of cloth soiled!
I assure you, it wasn't me. I believe it to be the work of the killer.
I will teach that killer a lesson! You can be sure I will. I will be the LeBlanc Revolution.
I think he meant LeBlanc Retribution, but either way, it sounds intimidating.
Like saying 10 million pennies? I mean, it's literally the exact. It's not like saying 10 million pennies. It is saying 10 million pennies.
Yeah, it's obviously the smuggling.
But if LeBlanc is the smuggler, right? My whole theory on Kami was predicated on her being the smuggler, and so using her position as a flight attendant to facilitate this sort of smuggling. Although I suppose, you know, being an art, like, you know, a guy who, like, ships big art pieces and stuff, that would also work. But then the question becomes, right? If LeBlanc is the smuggler, why did Cammy kill... Yeah, if LeBlanc is a smuggler, then Cammy doesn't have a motive. I mean, I guess it could be a two-person smuggling operation. LeBlanc and Kami working together? He puts the, in Virginia, he loads up the fucking, he loads up the contraband inside of, like, this big art piece. Then, Cammy makes sure the art piece isn't inspected too closely as it's brought upon the plane. Then it gets unloaded, he breaks it open, takes out the contraband, and sells it. That would make sense, right? It's on some fucking Los Pollos Hermanos fucking shit. Yep. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring... Oh, no. That's a misclick. Then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zhengfa. No? No, it means the opposite, Edgeworth. The smugglers are trying to get stuff out of Virginia. Like that's where the big money is. I think I need to question him a bit further. What? Okay, this is not making that much sense. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things! Those thieves are not there! I have my certification of my cargo right here!
You mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say?
It says the plane! It says, as plain as day, the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe!
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certification.
No, that's...
Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting here.
What is going on here? I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I've seen the statue for myself.
Heh, then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right.
This. I've seen this somewhere before. The photo.
And knowing that Hicks was an Interpol agent investigating the smuggling ring explains this photo as well. Right, if this statue is being used to carry contraband and Hicks suspects it,
then this is him sort of like, then that explains why he's at the, why he's there. I see.
It's the, it's the leaf bread.
Wait. It is a fake. The eyes are wrong.
It gives us such a feeling of art that I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
But it's not the real one, is it? I believe a closer look is warranted here. What do you have to say, Detective?
Oh wait, that something smelled fishy in here. It turns out it's a smuggling ring.
If a smuggling ring is involved in this case, then the target will most definitely be the most valuable piece of art.
It'd be the two statues on either side of the elevator, right, sir?
I doubt those ghastly things are worth anything to anyone other than the person depicted. Let's see. Alright, Gumshoe, what do you have to say about the certificate?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, brain empty, no thoughts. What about the statue?
Absolutely nothing. Okay, great.
Alright, I'll leave that there.
Frankie?
If I may have a word with you, Franziska.
I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality.
Okay, we're working on that.
Zinc, I grant you permission to look, but if you make tiny single fingerprint, I will make you pay 10 million cents.
Isn't that the value of the statue itself?
Of course, it is the price of my very valuable time and the loaning of my statue. Now, you wasted another minute. That will make your bill 11 million cents now.
I'm going to have to conduct this examination with even greater haste. So this is the infamous Leaf Red statue.
It was, Mr. Edgeworth. You find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail.
Well, we can deduce. But...
So this is the Leaf Red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before. No wonder this thing is worth 10...
And no wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Yeah, look at how it sparkles, sir.
I want to call it sparkling, Detective. Maybe more along the lines of dull shining. Are these eyes made of some sort of gem?
And a real nice shade of orange. And for a second, I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, they kind of remind me of the eyes of the striped cat that lives near my house.
Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible this statue is a fake?
Of course.
What's this? Statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. Kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense.
It kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. Oh.
Yeah, which means this was definitely moved in after this package, but this package is from Frank Shaw.
What did you say now? Further, my clothing hems not being stepped on by anyone? It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespass of my subordinate.
Why should I forgive if he trespasses? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. Okay. Deduce.
And then the photo. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
I know I do, but it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. And the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning my arms until I fell ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Sir, they're red.
As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc?
What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The leaf red. I suppose that is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Yeah, better grab a chair, sir. This sounds like it's gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you that you have my heart, and you have my heartfelt sympathies, but...
What is it? Sympathy. For what?
You see, I'd like you to compare the eyes.
A large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I'm about to poke your eyes out with this fork. Okay, so... The smuggling ring isn't actually smuggling that, like, Borginian substance or whatever. The smuggling ring is just smuggling art this time around. It's not a fake statue hiding smuggled goods. The statue is the smuggled goods. LeBlanc takes the statue from Europe and is intending to fly it over to the US. The plane stops at Zhengfa, and right, according to the documents, that's where the statue was loaded onto the plane. However, at Zhengfa, during the cargo swap, the smuggling ring takes out the real statue and replaces it with a fake. And then they're free to sell the real statue on the black market. I'm guessing that's how this is working, right?
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in the photo.
Why the sudden yelling now then? Oh! It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah!
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake?
I believe that even further explanation will be required. Now that we confirm that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhengfa, and I'll present it to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Spot some connected to any of the evidence I hold.
It's either the certificate or no, the cargo from Zhengfa, right?
There's clearly a contradiction here.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Oh, that's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue's on top of the cloth. Supposing the neighbor piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa.
But then, what about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the fight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At the time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner. He would have no way to prove the statue was switched without his knowledge, which means there's someone involved who's forging or modifying cargo certificates.
It has to be, can't be. I don't see any universe in which it isn't. I guess the victim knew the real version if this was gonna get nabbed, huh?
Yes, well, the photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was, in fact, taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not at the cargo hold during the Europe Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer, move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now.
Wait, hold on. Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Wait, hold on.
But if the statue wasn't here, then wait, was the statue just moved onto the plane in Zhengfa? But then where's the real statue? Is it still in Europe? Then what's the point of this? Did the smuggling ring steal the statue in Europe? And then we're planning to load in the fake at Zhengfa? Maybe? Go on.
After moving the Olive Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
My good old friend Luminol.
I see. There was a reaction to the luminol. Indication there was blood in this spot.
Can we stop looking at it now, sirs?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up as well.
How do you think the killer did that?
With the cloth.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess.
I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover.
Hey, so, you guys saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa? Yes, we've been on this for quite a while, Gumshoe. Catch up, buddy.
There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. The murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Ms. Meal's testimony. Recall Ms. Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Zhengfa.
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know.
It claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but...
It totally contradicts the facts, sir!
But why would she lie about something like that?
I think the only person who can answer this is Miss Meal herself.
To be continued.
Alright. I was expecting this to have like 3 parts, because one of them was clearly called Middle. What is this part called? Well, whatever. Alright, well, I'm definitely want to finish the case here, so we're gonna take a quick break. That was absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this case. It's got a lot of interesting stuff to it. I am just the exact mechanics of this whole smuggling ring thing are still not entirely clear to me how that works out. But I mean, it's not too far off, I don't think, you know? So yeah, we'll take a break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. We'll be right back.
true honest. So let's get it, yeah, let's see what we can uncover. One that defies your world, gives you truth and life. One that excels, special reminder, guide your way through this shadow world. I tried to imagine what it'd be like without knowing you're always right by my side. No doubt I can't imagine unknowing trust like I know with you.
All right, let's just go ahead and continue. Another game is in full swing. I'm really fucking enjoying it. Miss Meal. Oh. Throw another Coke into the freezer.
Huh?
Recall what you said earlier.
No, wait, hold on. Hold on. I feel like that.
I need some water. That's what I need.
My mouth is
Drying out from all these voices. Stay hydrated? Yeah. Hydrate or dihydrate? Especially when doing voices or, you know, anything that involves vocal cords, very important to stay hydrated. Do you recall what you said earlier about when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa?
Huh?
I don't think she's here, dude. I think she's in a different plane of reality right now. You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at the time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa.
Oh?
Miss Camille.
Maybe I didn't see that, but I thought I did.
No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. Also, her smile is absolutely fucking terrifying. I don't know what it is. I think it's like, yeah, it's partly the fact that her eyes have no, Is pupil the right? Well, hold on. Yeah, no pupils, right? Her eyes have no... I always get pupil and iris backwards. Yeah, her eyes have no pupils. And yes, they also have no shine. They look fucking dead. And then there's just that smile is absolutely terrifying.
But I make that kind of boohoo all the time.
This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal. If you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land, at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Oh, yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self.
That contradicts Tenero's testimony, you idiot.
How's a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm gonna be able to wake her up is by pressing her.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up!
I'm awake. I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant.
You're the one with the whip! Give it to her! Let's see how she stays awake through that one!
Why ask me to wake her up and you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in the first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4.
Yeah, but the kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
What do you even do on this fucking plane other than run a massive smuggling ring? Miss Rhoda handles the elevator down to the fucking, down to the cargo hold. She handles the fucking, she handles all the food services. She handles the shop. What do you even do?
What were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating and then having a most delicious dream.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way. Sleeping's part of the job too, you know.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up!
Miss Rhoda needs a raise with everything she does. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
What have you with me for, sir?
Oh, what did I miss?
A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Yeah, sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped in their head to say hi.
Oh well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
Not yet.
Maybe not yet. She hasn't exactly given me much to object to after all.
What did I miss?
Finally awake, are we?
What do you mean? I've been awake this whole time.
Oh, it's alright if you're sleeping, pal.
Pay no mind to the scruffy detective beside you and wake up.
Yeah! Hey, hurry up and wake up, Miss Meal.
Enough of the clowning around. This is my show and I'll resolve the contradictions as I see fit.
Alright, let's get her.
Hold it!
It's over for you now.
Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
Huh? A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Tenero.
Yes. Huh? Why's the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Nero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from the first class onto the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Sleeping, apparently. Miss Cammy Meal.
Huh? The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you take me for a fool? There's little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to argue at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know? If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Mr. Nero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I've got it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda?
Of course not, I'm gay. Now, moving on.
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of like... I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's not the time for this sort of talk.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew.
Maybe you should also... Yeah, okay. No, that's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies.
But say I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you?
Yes, I suppose that's true enough. Maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhonda too. No. She's already being detained for further questioning. Or have you already forgotten?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer.
Miss Meal, what did you mean just by no one else who could have done it?
She's the one in charge of the elevator's keycard and the shop, you know?
Yeah, she's apparently in charge of running this entire goddamn plane while you and the pilot are too busy fucking.
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal?
Does she fly the plane too?
Only during takeoffs and landings.
That's the only part that you actually fly during.
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
But I spent so much time in there. It might as well be my responsibility.
Rhoda is just yeah, straight up.
Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Virginian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent.
Yeah, because she needs to communicate with her goddamn smuggling operation. What is with these Virginian smugglers? What the hell?
Oh, you mean the kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, I'm also really good at Virginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian? Like cargo manifests, for example.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian.
Very interesting. Super suspicious. Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes.
Huh? But why?
While Miss Tenero is busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer.
Francisca goes up against Phoenix for 2 cases. 2 cases. Not even 3, like Gatto and Edgeworth do. 2. Well, Edgeworth actually goes up against him like 5 times, but like 6. Francisca goes up against Phoenix less times than Winston Payne does, I'm pretty sure. And even still, she's fucking traumatized by her experience.
Now, don't you dare say anything bad about my boyfriend, or you'll be on the receiving end of that whip, Francisca. But I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight.
She's so salty.
Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well, all I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Virginian stuff.
So what exactly do you do as one in charge of some Virginian stuff?
I do stuff like translate things to and from Virginia. Cammy is the only member of the crew who understands Virginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Meal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Virginian paperwork.
Yeah. See, I totally pull my weight around here.
The only thing you pull around is that stupid teddy bear, and that can't weigh much. So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work, and Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus.
How did they know? How did they know? Truly ahead of their time.
There you go, pushing everything onto her again. Miss Rhoda is not sus. She was an elec at the time of the murder.
I don't get what you're saying. It must be really abstract concept, huh?
The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too.
Okay. No.
Alright. Yes, correct. No way to contradict that because it is a factually correct statement. I think maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. We do. Like a factually correct statement. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know. Factual statement. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Baseless conjecture. All I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Virginian stuff. So it has to be this one. A document in Virginia says the statue was loaded on board in Europe, but the statue is a fake. Yeah, so you would know about this document then.
So you're the only one in the flight crew that speaks Virginian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Virginia for a while.
At what, Smuggler University?
If that's the case, the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who reads it to believe Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Virginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Alif Red could not have occurred. But don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Here we go.
It is exactly as you say.
You confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off the document.
The real Cammy has revealed herself.
But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it.
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
She can't smoke, so she blows bubbles. Yeah, it's very funny. Fucking like the wine being replaced for grape juice, and fucking cigarettes being replaced by fucking blowing bubbles. I think one of my like so in the anime Space Brothers, which is a fucking fantastic anime that really needs to be finished because it never was, but what is there is absolutely fantastic. There's a scene where like the character, like the main character, constantly is doing the blowing bubbles thing. Now I don't know if he actually like smokes an actual cigarette in the manga and they changed it to blowing bubbles in the anime for the sake of like making it child friendly, but I actually think in that case the blowing bubbles actually works better because like it just makes it seem like the man just has like constant ADHD and it's just blowing bubbles to just like it's not like he's addicted to nicotine or anything. No, he just blows bubbles because that just like keeps him occupied while he's like doing like 50 other things, you know?
Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have had a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring, and just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Now, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on the plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there's some element of a setup at play in that case.
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's certainly better for your health, Annabelle. Oh, don't worry. I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First, it was myself, and now Miss Nero who's under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin the crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda was being set up, or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she was indeed being intended target from the very beginning. I believe the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Mr. Nero from the very beginning.
The piggy bank? Well, the piggy bank is obviously meant to frame Nero, but the problem is the piggy bank didn't fall out until after the murder, so it's not the very beginning. That wouldn't make any sense. Travel wallet was meant to frame the crime scene was an accident. Blood. Is it just? I mean, it's either the suitcase or the piggy bank, because those are the only things that have any connection to Rhoda. But yeah, it's a suitcase. because Cammy was the one who originally helped us investigate the shop where we found the suitcase, right? But because if Cammy is the killer, why would she help our investigation? Well, it makes sense, right? Because she had planted evidence in the shop that would lead us to believe that Rhoda was the killer. Specifically, the bloody cloth inside the suitcase. So if the suitcase and the cloth inside it was meant to frame Rhoda, then that explains why Cammy was so eager to help us investigate the shop, but only the shop.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Mr. Nero for murder.
Yeah, because if the plan wasn't to frame Tenero, the suitcase with the body should have just been left down here in the cargo hold. The only reason to move the suitcase up, because originally the body wasn't meant to be in the elevator. The body was originally meant to be in the suitcase, which means, yeah, the plan was for people to find the suitcase with the body inside of it.
Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they have made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop.
Can you imagine if Edgeworth didn't have fucking PTSD from the death of his father and didn't fucking pass out when he felt the turbulence, and like, my man is just hanging out in the fucking lounge, elevator door opens, and it's just Cammy just standing there holding an open suitcase with a dead body sprawled out on the floor.
And brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstance surrounding this particular case.
Cammy didn't think that one through? No, she actually thought most of this, her plan actually was pretty well done. It's just she forgot to properly close the suitcase when they were riding the elevator, and she didn't manage to pick up some of the glass fragments that were left behind. So there were some missteps along the way, but nothing major, honestly. Like, yeah, there were a lot of small issues that eventually pointed to her, but overall, I think she did a really good job, and her plan was pretty solid, you know? But it's just, in the heat of the moment, it's hard to figure out a lot of these things, you know? Like Crime and Punishment, you know? Just because you have a great plan doesn't mean it's gonna work out, you know? Just, you know, the smallest issues, the smallest things you couldn't plan for will eventually bring you down. Special circumstances dictated the need for a killer to frame someone. Alright, so where the murder took place. The murder took place in the cargo hold. I don't think, well, okay, maybe. Well, yeah, it's where the murder took place. Because, the murder took place in the cargo hold, which means the only two people who could have actually committed the murder are Cammy and Rhoda, which means Cammy, by default, would be one of the prime suspects.
only by framing Rhoda can she ensure the investigation doesn't focus on her, in which case all the cracks will start showing. So that seems the most likely. When the murder took place, no, the murder took place, yeah, between 3 and 4. So, yeah, 2 to 3, the food was being served, but after that, yeah, I don't think when actually matters here. They were both all just doing random things. And then who the murder victim was, I don't think that really matters. I think it has to be where. It has to be the fact that it's in the cargo hold. Such a circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chance that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Mr. Nero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Mr. Nero or myself, but you, Miss Camille. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And she's got you there. She's got a flawless logic. We call that one a Goddo special. Oh, look at all this evidence and logic that you're laying out for me. But have you considered who asked? She just. All right, Gatto, here you go. Irrefutable evidence. Here is video footage of that man killing the victim. Therefore, my client is innocent.
Right. Don't you understand? The question you should be asking yourself is not who the real killer is. The question you should be asking yourself is, who asked?
Mr. Gatto, I'm pretty sure I, as the judge, representative of the criminal justice system, asked.
Now shut your mouth, old man. There's no place for you to intervene. Just let the prosecutor handle things how they're supposed to be handled.
Okay. Guilty!
That's basically how the entire third game went.
Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
Mm. Woo! This is funky.
I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that still can't quite fit into the big picture.
The only thing would be the... Yeah, the missing cell phone, right? Because the cloth was used to... Because, right, well, technically doesn't fit because there's no correlation, right? This was used to frame me. This happened by accident. This has no relation to the murder. This was used to frame me. This was because of the turbulence. This was used to prove that the statue was a fake, unaccounted for. This was used to prove that the statue was brought in at Zhengfa. This is worthless. This was used to frame Tenero. This was used to wipe the blood off the floor of the cargo hold. This was used to exonerate Tenero. This is the autopsy report. It's pretty obvious how that one fits. This was used in the smuggling operation. And this is part of the smuggling. So yeah, it has to be the missing cell phone. Because the question is, where is it? Because, and why did the killer take it? Unless the phone had some kind of evidence about Like, the only thing I can think of is that the phone had some kind of evidence that would jeopardize the smuggling operation. That's the only thing I could think of that would be a good enough reason to steal the phone. But in that case, couldn't you just, like, destroy the memory card?
Take that! I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. Oh, he's pulling the. This is the right special. But that's because it went missing and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
That's the complex puzzle in this case. There's one piece I keep getting stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you're waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find the phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, would his phone break as well?
We won't know until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Not a Steel Samurai ringtone. Absolutely disgraceful.
What a boring ringtone, truly. You could not... Any actual person would have the Steel Samurai intro, or at least the Pink Princess. I mean, sure, Pink Princess wasn't nearly as good as the original series, I admit, as a spin-off, but it did have quite some great content, and the theme song is an absolute banger, so, you know, well, it's not as good as the Steel Samurai. I would perfectly accept someone having that theme song as the ringtone. Now, as for the Nickel Samurai, that would be unforgivable and the mark of a true psychopath. I hear it, Detective. Now, where is it coming from? Oh, we actually get to search.
Hey, yes, sir. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, the cell phone's in the flight attendant's room, sir.
Indeed. We should move to retrieve it at once.
That is a loud cell phone if we're hearing it from down here.
Miss Meal, wake up.
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounded like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
I better find that cell phone fast.
Mr. Nero?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Mr. Nero. I'll get to the bottom of this and find the truth. So please, wait here until I return.
You're in a stealth mission, that loud phone goes off.
All right, thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. It sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room.
I agree. Please don't hang up just yet. Let me find it first.
That's fine. Let's get one thing straight.
Yes?
Don't you dare answer his phone when you find it, understand?
I understand that you don't want to pay for the call. You are a cheapskate, aren't you? How much do you make? You're an internationally renowned prosecutor that works with Interpol. You must have plenty of money.
Yes, but my phone roaming... My plan doesn't cover international calls. They're quite expensive, you know, in this economy.
Yeah, I know what you mean, sir. Oh, I'm getting devastated. Every time Edgeworth calls me over to reply to seat, that's a whole week's salary gone.
Detective Gumshoe, where the fuck did you buy your phone plan? It sounds like you got scammed. 12/4, 12 p.m.
Hey, a winging's coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. Is it the trash can? Or the endless pile of shit? Or might be inside this suitcase.
Hey, only any sound coming from the inside, sir.
I suppose the culprit would have been so dumb as to try the same trick twice.
Yeah, she could be.
It doesn't seem to be over here.
Hey, let's look somewhere else, sir. The big pile of trash?
No. Locker?
And ring's coming from me here, sir.
What? No, it can't be.
It's got to be a victim's cell phone. And whose locker is this, sir?
Did she think this far ahead? It's Miss Teneros.
Okay, Cammy! Okay, Cammy, I am impressed!
And what?
Unless Miss Tenero is secretly the killer all along.
Like I said, she's legitimately a very,
Like, she was legitimately a very, like, if this is Cammy, right? She was legitimately a very, capable opponent. Like, her plan. What an awesome move from Cammy said, but wow, that was dirty. I mean, she was framing her for murder. I don't think, I don't think adding more evidence makes it any more or less dirty, you know? But yeah, no, her plan was legitimately really good, and she, to her credit, executed it with almost, like, I can really only think of 2 mistakes in her original plan. Now, when her plan, you know, failed due to unforeseen circumstances, and she had to try to improvise backup, then there were some problems, you know, such as the, you know, using the piggy bank. Like, all she needed to do, right, was to just, well, no, I guess the autopsy report would have cleared up the murder weapon thing anyways. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, no, she really, once her plan sort of broke down, that's when, that's when things started going awry. She really should have just tried to put the body back in the suitcase maybe, and just try to just keep going with her original plan rather than try to change it up on the spot.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? How did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker.
What? Rhoda Tenero. I don't know anything about that phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Wait. I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
This is related to the keycard, all right. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. This is the one bird we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Franziska's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then. Where did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it. Yeah, let's look at the cell phone.
What now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Hold on. We're gonna take the shortest of breaks just because I really quickly need to run to the bathroom. We'll be back in like under a minute, I think.
Alright, we're back. Let's continue. Alright, let's take a look at a cell phone.
The LCD's broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call on this. Inside the phone? It's the camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly does Agent Hicks plan to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't believe you don't know about this kind of stuff, sir.
This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine.
Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures of this?
2018, by the way. 2018, and they're still on those terrible fucking phones.
In particular, pictures as evidence for a smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler.
Yeah, but the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even the super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
Nah, I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
I go back to sleep now. The LCD screen on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What?
What do you mean by that, Francisca?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. The phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Francisca, your phone, if you please.
Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now.
This is...
Right, the empty storage room.
Agent Hicks is most certainly trying to obtain some evidence of it for a smuggling case.
Hey, yeah, Leaf Red say nowhere in the picture, sir.
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
I wouldn't be so sure about that, though I need to get another look at it. Yeah, usually she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in the photo we can use?
Oh, hell nah. Oh, I hate when this happens. The railing, suitcases, letters, the boxes. So what can we even click on? Oh, we're not actually presenting anything. We're just examining. Okay, thank God.
A guardrail looks exactly the same as it does now.
That rail is entirely too low. I even almost fell to my death. However, I was saved in a miracle-like manner. Perhaps that is what to run away from death by the skin of one's gum means.
Try to narrowly escape death by the skin of one's teeth, Shakespeare. Now then, there must be something in this photo. The fact that all of the suitcases are here in this photo is odd.
Agent Hicks was still alive at the time, so what's exactly so odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet?
You know, well, yes, I was only pointing out things that are different between now and then.
Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth.
Yeah, I give Sleepyhead a rude awakening. A deafening objection and a contradiction.
Deafening, you say?
Boxes of bed sheets. They're still in the cargo hold. There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake the feeling.
after just playing around, mind if I go home?
Yes, I might. I need to focus on what's different from back then.
Right, these boxes are the only thing that's here that now isn't.
What's all this?
Oh, they are cargo ship from Borginia to Zhengfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhangfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of these boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says... It is cloth in English. Right, the cloth that was used for the murder.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this for the killer?
What? What for is that scary face?
Ms. Mio.
Yes?
It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth.
The Virginian cargo in this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
What? I mean, it's obviously the cloth, right? But I don't understand why that's a... Like, yes, obviously the boxes connect with the cloth, because the boxes are where the cloth came from. But how does that actually point to meal? Because, yeah, the killer took the, Oh, that's why. Because it's in Borginian. Because the killer knew that there was cloths inside those boxes, which is why, right, it wouldn't make sense if the killer really wanted something to, if the killer wanted some kind of cloth to wipe away the blood that was left behind, would they open up random boxes when it says bed sheets right here? No, of course not. Why would you open this box at random, hoping there might be something that'll help you clean the murder there, when you could clean the blood with the bed sheets over here? No, the killer must have known there was cloth inside these boxes, and the only person on this flight who can read Borginian is Cammy Meal. And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me the whole time. Where did it come from? And now I've finally found the answer in this very photo.
Yeah, we got her, boy!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. FBI, open up!
The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian.
And there's the biggest, Yeah, the cell phone wasn't stolen because it would be incriminating. Because there was anything incriminating on it, because she didn't realize that it was incriminating. The cell phone was just stolen to pin the blame on Miss Tenero. It just so happened that the cell phone also had the image that undid the whole case for her.
And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Cammy Meal.
Ha! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use! Yes! Yes! And there we go! No, they wouldn't, because there were bed sheets right fucking there! When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginian.
I'm sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Virginia, well then... logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
Take that! We got it! We got it! Hey, it says bed seats in English right on the box, sir.
Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's right. You never seem to get it off when I, like, get a paper cut.
So, what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Virginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs of the box where the sheets have been opened. However, the Virginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew it was going to be unloaded at the Republic of Zhengfa?
That's right. This is why the Virginian cloth is used. And the only Virginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Camille. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of these boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate the killer within these boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa? You got a breakdown?
What is happening? She's getting slapped around by her own bubbles? What is happening?
Just realized her name is literally Chamomile? Yeah, I knew that her name was a reference to the tea. I just didn't, like, chamomile. I didn't know that it had anything to do with, like, sleeping.
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here, and he started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble.
Because the penalty for smuggling in Virginia is death. We finally finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir.
Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did you say anything about that?
Hey, taking it down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. And whenever we even approach the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir.
He probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden.
Can you imagine Edgeworth goes through, like, you know, several hour-long investigation, shooting down other prosecutors, other investigators, uncovering a whole smuggling ring, and then he just is like, Gumshoe comes back from the precinct, and he's like, Mr. Edgeworth, there's something you should know, sir.
What is it, What is it, Gumshoe? It's fine, we've already got a confession, this should be easy.
The killer's defense attorney just showed up. It's Mr. Right, sir. Edgeworth just had a fucking stroke right then and there.
Chamomile is usually we have trouble sleeping, I think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I just knew it was like a type of tea. I didn't know what it was for.
One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Could this be related to that, to the master thief we heard about earlier? Okay. So we're slowly getting drip-fed different things that will eventually all connect to make up the final plot, and I'm guessing the last case. Wait, hold on there. This game might actually pull off the interconnected story that Trials and Tribulations tried. It might actually be able to pull this off well. Oh, hold on there.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's the face of fear.
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
Detective Gumshoe, I believe you can have this.
No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at iFly Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy, was it fun.
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Francisca?
Oh, she's filing out some customs paperwork for her departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. And she's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case.
Detective.
Wait, if she's working on the smuggling case, and the smuggling case is somehow tied into the the Master Thief thing, then she'll probably be coming back for the final trial.
Can you cancel the car I reserved you earlier?
Hey, you got it, sir.
March 12, 5:47 p.m., Hope Springs Airport. Francisca.
I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
I have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am?
You are Francisca Von Karma, a very bad prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Pierrot living her life on such a name and fame as her invincible father built.
True, your father, Manfred Von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as prosecutor. And then you lost one in, 3 years because you went up against this. Right. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible.
What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there is another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent.
He's a star among Interpol agents, and that has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day.
I'm simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths.
I suppose, but I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full.
And just like that, she's gone, sir, huh? Yeah, she won't say goodbye. How could she? You two are practically siblings. Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip.
Actually, regarding that, Mr. Edgeworth, I have come to see the error of my ways. I have figured out that the whip is actually quite effective. I've ordered one. It is the finest Italian leather. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation.
It was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Ha ha! I'm gonna celebrate by extra salt to my instant noodles tonight.
Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? You get. That's just a pot calling the kettle black. Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, sure thing, sir. I even fly down the road in a patrol car if you want.
Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. And make sure to play Eminem. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play, and the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Finally, I called. Who knows how many times earlier, but I can get through. And you are? You've gotten my voicemails, my boy. Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct? Ah, so you remember me. I need to see this guy before I can give him a proper voice. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Wait, am I getting my wish? Is it happening? Are we getting the kidnapped turnabout? Are we getting an Ace Attorney case that doesn't resolve around a murder? Please. I know we kind of had it in the stolen turnabout, but it didn't last. That was only one court case, one day in court, and then it became a murder case. Wait. We get an Ace Attorney case that is a murder. Please don't do a switch out and like in the second day a murder is revealed. Please don't do it. Please just let this be a non-murder case for the sake of variety. All right, that was Turnabout Airlines. Interesting, because so they mentioned. Oh, there she is. So Turnabout Visitor actually takes place a few days after Turnabout Airlines, right? Because Turnabout Airlines is when Edgeworth returns to the country, and then Visitor is when he finally returns to his office. Now, he mentions in Visitor that the thing with the serial with the Master Thief is somehow related to the earlier case, which makes me think it has something to do with the smuggling operation. But I guess we'll have to wait a bit more to figure out how that connects. But yeah, I really like that this game is sort of like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I guess we're watching this now. And then it was a murder case. I would not be surprised, but it's time.
Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars.
Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup.
You can count on me, sir.
I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off.
What's a fucking suitcase?
Let's see. I check that money. That the money is all there, safe inside this suitcase.
Alright, we will watch this, but first, we need to talk about the last case before we actually do this. Yeah, I really like how the game is sort of having certain things in each case that are unsolved, right? So just for example, in the first case, the presence of a third figure who, you know, was completely unrelated to the murder. Also, Blue Badger. And then, Wrecker Gamer, hello, how's it going? Also, I love your profile picture. Sadly, that sucked. The stream is actually gonna end pretty soon. I'm sorry. We will be watching the intro to the next case before it ends, though. Yeah, no, I really like that case. The Cammy was actually a very competent opponent, I think. You know, she like
her plan was actually really good. Wondering about the YouTube space? I mean, it's not it's obviously not as big as, say, you know, other streaming sites, you know? But, yeah, I mean, I think the best thing about streaming on YouTube is easily the YouTube algorithm makes, you know, reaching new people infinitely better than something like Twitch. But yeah, no, Cameo was really good. She had a really good plan that really only got messed up because her, you know, idiot boyfriend pilot doesn't know how to fly a fucking plane, you know? Well, I'm glad to have you here, Wrecker, even if it's not for a while. Alright, well, let's yeah, I'm interested to see how the smuggling ring ends up playing into this fucking this overarching storyline. But I guess we'll have to see. Alright, let's see. I check the money is all there. Safe inside this suitcase. Now all I have to do is wait further instructions from the kidnapper. But I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This isn't the meeting place after all. Gatewater.
Welcome to Gatewater Land!
Oh, thank you.
And a big hello to you. I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you.
I'm getting fucking Vietnam flashbacks to Rise from the Ashes right now.
Excuse me, but...
Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture with me?
A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, have a good day.
Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Armando. The kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor? Yeah, to be honest, I don't think that's much better, is it? The badger ain't got no soul. Yes, I know it's awkward, but come on. I have the money. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time.
Is that Winston Payne? Give me back my soul, Badger. Instruments! It was Clavier Gavin all along!
Edgeworth speaking.
X, come to the haunted house.
And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. You're not much of a choice here, my friend.
I suppose not.
Just stop making me carry this ridiculous baggage around.
Frankly, I don't want anyone to see me carrying this. I've arrived.
Go inside.
This is not spooky at all! What the fuck was that? Why is the color different? What the fuck?
Oh no. What a dismal place.
That's it. Go through those doors.
Am I being watched from somewhere?
This is one hell of a setup.
Leave the money and go now.
I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now, not push it. didn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives.
Yeah, he set up a nice dinner.
Read a kidnapped turnabout.
Ah! Ah! What the fuck is... Run! Edgy, run! Oh my god, are we the victim?
Ah! It was a trap.
Okay, that's I think we're gonna leave this off here.
I think that's it. I think that's enough of a teaser for the next case. I would say so.
He got his AirPods in. He can't hear us.
I thought that fucking blue badger sitting on the fucking end of the sitting over there was fucking suspicious. God damn it.
Yeah, that was I really liked Turnabout Airlines. It was really good. Again, my only complaint is really the same complaint that I have with a lot of Ace Attorney cases, and that's that there's not enough suspects for my liking. Like, throughout that entire case, like, at first, Zinc was a suspect, but eventually, like, the only two suspects were very easily narrowed down to Tenero and Cammy, and the game made it pretty obvious that Tenero wasn't it, you know? So I feel like with this, like, these games I think could really benefit from having more suspects and having a bigger emphasis on having to, you know, trying to pick which one you think was the one, you know? Like Danganronpa does, right? I think that's one of my favorite things about Danganronpa is just that at any given time, there's like upwards of 14 murder suspects, you know? Which makes actually figuring out the murder a lot more difficult, because if you have to consider a lot of different people's movements at the same time, that adds a big layer of complexity to the case, you know? But other than that, great case. I mean, the characters were all right. I don't think there was... Cammy and Tenero were nothing special, I guess. They were the only, like, major characters in that case. But yeah, all in all, I think a pretty well-written mystery with a pretty satisfying conclusion, even if I still don't really get what the whole smuggling thing was about, but I guess that will be explained later on, so I'm not supposed to understand it. So, yeah, I think we're gonna end this here. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps the channel out, and, yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, to our new people here, I hope to see you again in the future. Our schedule, as of right now, is, we're playing Ace Attorney on Tuesdays, so we'll be back next week. We're playing Persona 5 Royal on Thursdays, and then right now, next Sunday, we're gonna be playing Getting Over It. Typically, I think what I'd like to do in the future is do Ace Attorney on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then just do Persona just on Sundays. But for right now, the schedule is Ace Attorney Tuesdays, Persona Thursdays, something else on Sundays, at least for the next couple of weeks. Because I do want to finish Getting Over It, and then after that, I'm gonna watch the Ace Attorney anime, season 2 of it. But yeah, with that said, I'll be going now, and yeah, thank you for watching.
1, 2, 3 ゲスをつけましこれは現実それが dream 混ざる水との